Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you to York College. I'm Pamela Gunter Smith, and it's my pleasure to serve as the president of this institution. And I want to give you a warm Spartan welcome from our nearly 4,200 students who are here on our campus. Thanks so much for joining us this morning for Mayor Bracey's Diverse and Minority Business Symposium. We are so proud to partner with the mayor, Governor Wolf, State Representative Carol Hill Evans, York City School District, York Economic Alliance, and everyone who's here delivering this wonderful program. This is a great example of what it means to have a partnership. And the mayor brought us together now a few weeks ago, it seems, and everyone came together to make this happen. There are a lot of people to thank, but I want to just recognize two people who really are the ones that pulled this together. Both are Spartans, I must say. One is York College's director of the J.D. Brown Center for Entrepreneurship, Jeff Vermeulen. Thank you, Jeff, from our side of the shop here. And the other is Michael Thorpe, who is on the mayor's staff. Thank you so much for making it all happen. So here we are in what we call Yorkview Hall. For us here on our campus, it is really a significant site. It sits on top of the Willman Business Center, which is home of the Graham School of Business. And this room really represents, I think, what we're trying to do here. It really represents the joining of the college and the city, because if you look on one direction, you see the city of York. You look in the other direction, you see York College. And so we look at this as the centerpiece for our partnership. I have often said that as York City goes, so does York College and vice versa. And so we're very interested in having a thriving business community here that will help to serve our students and our community as well as the city. A thriving small business community and entrepreneurial support system will continue to empower people to create new jobs for themselves and others, doing the things that they love to do, while at the same time helping contribute to the financial health of our community. We know this is a collaborative effort, and we are so pleased to be a part of it today and in the future. As a scientist by training and York College president, helping to kick off a small business symposium, I want to focus on one particular skill set that you must develop in order to succeed. In fact, this is one of the things that students leave here when they graduate from York College, whether it's in business, science, government, or any field. And that is the skill set that is the ability to think like an entrepreneur. Oftentimes we think about entrepreneurship as just starting a new business, but it is much more than that. It is about having the ability to champion new ideas, to take them out of the theoretical realm and use them to make a real impact in the world. This is the mindset that we all should have, whether we are academics, professionals, or leaders of an institution. And you'll need it wherever you work for yourself, someone else, in business, public service, or as a higher ed administrator, or even as a student. If you develop your entrepreneurship potential, you'll be in a position to help our region and the Commonwealth and help us together to continue to thrive. Entrepreneurship is as important today as it ever has been, and I commend each and every one of you for being here today to learn ways to become even more successful. So welcome to York College, to our beautiful Yorkview Hall, and now it is my pleasure to introduce to you my favorite mayor, the Honorable C. Kim Bracey, mayor of my city of York.
Thank you, Dr. Gias. I appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. What a great way to begin our week here in the city of York. It is an honor to be here with each of you and to know that you all took time out to be here with us for our Diverse and Minority Business Forum in partnership with Deputy Secretary Kerry Kirkland. Thank you so very much for your leadership, sir, and your partnership. It means a lot. And State Representative Carol Hill Evans, thank you so very much. And of course, President of York College, Dr. Pamela Gunter Smith, as well as the York County Economic Alliance, the WellSpan Health, and the School District of the City of York. Thank you to all of our other elected officials that might be here with us too, as well as our friends from across the state. We have with us the Pennsylvania Department of General Services Secretary Kurt Topper, and I believe Councilman Curtis Jones will be joining us later, hopefully, from Philadelphia as well. And thank you to Team City of York. You all pulled it off. I thank you so very much for making today possible. Lastly, thank you to all of our governmental entities and organizations that are present today to provide our diverse and minority businesses with equitable resources to assist in the sustainability, advancement, and longevity of our York through you. Partnerships such as these that are displayed before us are crucial in ensuring that diverse infrastructure, commerce, and economy here in the city of York, the county of York, and the state of Pennsylvania are not viewed as an obligation, but as a best practice model that encourages growth, opportunity, access to capital and resources for minority and women-owned businesses alike. As many of you are aware, the influx of diverse and minority businesses in the city of York continues to be on the rise while pushing forth innovation, creativity, diversity, and a solid foundation for growth and prosperity. And as we continue to move forward in precipitating this growth, I encourage us, all of us as a community, to grasp this pivotal change that is at hand by supporting these businesses and leading them towards the right doors to open and making their dreams, our dreams, a successful reality, and thereby making our York a promising place to plant and grow and succeed in businesses. So today, I encourage each of you to think about your accomplishments this far and to be open to gaining further knowledge to build on that success. I truly hope that the information and resources provided to you today will accelerate your growth and prompt positive change as you move forward in succeeding in business here in the city of York. Again, thank you all, one and all. We appreciate you having your business here in the city of York and being here with us this morning. It now gives me great pleasure to welcome to the podium State Representative Carol Hill Evans. Carol?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. It's my pleasure to be here. When I was first called to participate in this, I really didn't know what to expect, and my first question was, how are we going to do this so fast? And so we all learned how we could do it so fast, is by getting good thoughts, good energy, and good people together to make something as valuable as this forum happen. So I'm so glad that all of you are here. As I was introduced, I am State Representative Carol Hill Evans. I do represent the 95th Legislative District, which comprises the City of York, West York Borough, Spring Garden Township, and part of West Manchester Township. We each in the House are responsible for somewhere between 64 to 66,000 people. And while I don't usually hear from all 66,000, I do hear from quite a few of them. And it's always a good thing to hear from constituents because it is what directs us, it's what leads us. And by listening to some of the voices of those of you who are right in this room, tell us that you need something like this. You need to know how you can start your own business. You need to know what the resources are. So it was good for us to hear your voices and for us to be able to come together like this. Just so you know, my office is located in York at 53 East North Street, which is the opposite end of the Greyhound bus station. We're the old train station. And those of you who have been around York as long as I have will remember Blattner Studio. That's where we're located. You're welcome to come in. We're there Monday through Friday, 8:30 in the morning till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We provide lots of services for our residents. What we're really proud of is our property tax rental rebate, which so far in the year that I've been here, we've been able to return close to $250,000 back to our residents in rental rebates. That's our big thing that we do for our folks. Thank you. We've also been awarded close to $750,000 for our rail trail extension. So we're real proud of that. That helps provide jobs and opportunities for our residents. So anyway, I'm not going to say much more except thank you, Dr. GS, to the mayor, Deputy Secretary Kirkland, to the governor, and to all of the state folks who are here with us today. Thank you for taking the time. To each and every one of you, congratulations for taking the first step towards what could be your next business, okay? And it now gives me great pleasure to introduce Secretary Kurt Topper, who is the Secretary of General Services.
Thank you so much. Did y'all ever have one of those mornings where everything that potentially could go wrong from a technical perspective does? Just bear with me for one moment. So I had all my remarks together in a file, and the best of intentions in terms of getting them all printed out this morning. Obviously, that didn't work out too well. And then I'm now trying something new. I'm completely electronic. I have a tablet. And as I'm walking up here, I got that great little low battery indicator. So I figured rather than, and I'm not planning to set up camp up here or anything, so don't worry. I don't have that much to say. But I did think it might make sense to plug in just to make sure that I didn't lose my place. So good morning. It really is a pleasure to be here. And I'd like to thank Dr. Smith and Mayor Bracey and Representative Hill Evans for the opportunity to address you all this morning. I'm thrilled at every chance I get to be given an opportunity to underscore Governor Wolf's commitment to diversity and inclusion across the Commonwealth. It is without a doubt the number one priority that Governor Wolf has given my department and given me since taking office. It was one of the very first things he asked me about when we first met, and we were seeing if it was a fit for me to come back to Pennsylvania and to take this role. And without a doubt, it is the thing that he asks me about most frequently, which is an interesting thing when you consider the breadth of what DGS does. How many folks have actually heard of the Department of General Services? Hey, that's not bad. Okay. All right. So the Department of General Services is all in. It's just under 900 people. We're responsible for all of the back office functions that make your state government run, with the exception of HR and finance and IT. But everything else, so fleet and real estate, procurement, contracts, we build buildings, we do just about everything across the state. So it really is something that Governor Wolf asks me routinely about how we're doing on diversity, given the full breadth of everything else that we're responsible for, and given the financial constraints that the state has been under since we took office. DGS is here in force. If you work for DGS, stand up, would you? So, thank you all for being here. I just wanted, by all means, I mean, the main point of this morning is the networking and the relationship building. Everyone here from DGS, from our team, is committed to helping all of you make progress here, whether it's your goal to do more business with the state or to begin doing business with the state, or if there's any other help that the Commonwealth can provide, we want to talk to you. That's why we're here. So please don't be shy. Please take advantage of that. Because I know that the governor believes, just as I do, that diversity and inclusion isn't just the right thing to do. It's one of the best things that we can do to help grow the Pennsylvania economy. It's one of the best things that we can do to really deliver on what the governor likes to talk about. You've probably heard him say it, right? Schools that teach, jobs that pay, and government that works. So government that works is what DGS is all about. Carrie can go into some details for you, but I wanted to share with you just a few of the things we've been working on for the last couple of years. Within the last 2 years, we have been working quite hard to change the manner in which diversity and inclusion programming across the enterprise that is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania gets implemented. For too long, it's been a little bit of a political football. And if we're honest, it's been a situation where, depending on who's in the governor's office, the overall commitment to doing business in a diverse and inclusive way has either been a major priority or it's been given a lot of lip service. And we have been working quite hard to try to depoliticize the program itself. And specifically, the governor, within his first year, issued an executive order that really set a new standard for collaboration and engagement across the agencies. Myself and 4 other cabinet secretaries meet routinely to talk about the programs that we have in place in order to drive diversity and inclusion within our contracting and elsewhere. We're commanded by the governor to do that. It's the first time we've had at an agency head level this degree of coordination. We set a new standard for transparency. Historically, well, I'll put it this way. During the prior administration, the report that my department put out to the public indicated that the level of diverse participation in Commonwealth contracts sat at, if you didn't read it too closely, you would come away with the impression that the level of diversity was at 26%. I want to give you just a level set what that means, right? So the Commonwealth spends in the neighborhood of about $4.5 billion a year on goods and services directly across the enterprise. 26% certainly didn't resonate with anyone in the community that I've talked to. We really dug into it and realized that the manner in which they were calculating that 26% was more than a little misleading. They were reporting on the level of participation in the contracts that were awarded through one particular way. And they were pulling a lot of categories of spend out of the denominator, which tended to escalate the number that they could report. We've set a real new standard for how we do this. And it's a very, very rigorous, very transparent approach. We basically say, how much money did we spend with diverse firms in the last year, whether through prime contract or subcontract, and let's just divide that amount by the total amount of money we spent, period. And we've really tried to lock this down and report in an honest way. But it meant that we had to go back to that 26% and give all Pennsylvanians a real number. And the real number, boy, we have some work to do. The real number is between about 5 and 6%, which probably is closer to everyone's experience. It was also in decline and had been declining year over year for the 5 years preceding Governor Wolf taking office. I'm proud to be able to say that I believe we've interrupted the decline, and I believe that we're headed back in the right direction. But we've had to be very, very strategic about how we do that. And really, we're following a roadmap. The roadmap it consists of these advisory council recommendations. One of the things the governor established early on was an advisory council, folks from the community, from around the state, who have been meeting at least quarterly with a very, very active subcommittee structure. We worked for the first year of their existence to put together the most aggressive set of detailed recommendations for how the Commonwealth can respond better to the community and do a better job of driving our diversity and inclusion numbers. And we have been acting on those recommendations really since they were published last year. We've named Carrie Kirkland, who's a York native and well known to many of you. Carrie has been doing a phenomenal job as our Deputy Secretary for Diversity, Inclusion, and Small Business Opportunities. It is a dual role. He certainly leads the effort within my department and working with the Advisory Council, but beyond that, he has been incredibly effective as a spokesperson for the governor, and he is well known across this government as the governor's chief voice and chief advocate for diversity and inclusion. He's doing a phenomenal job. We've been driving more spend into best value, more into RFPs so that we can fully consider diversity and a plan for diversity as part of the award decisions that go into awarding contracts. Historically, the majority of the dollars the Commonwealth has spent, we have spent using what's called a sealed bid method. You familiar with this, right? It's sort of the old rip and read approach. Basically, low bid wins in a sealed bid event without any consideration for whether it's a Pennsylvania business, for whether it's a small business, for whether it's a business with a plan to do subcontracting with diverse businesses in Pennsylvania. The majority of our dollars going back decades in the Commonwealth have been awarded via a simple sealed bid. And what we need to do is drive more of our spend through what are called best value methods so that we can consider as part of our award decision how the money is ultimately going to be spent and who it'll be spent with. That's important. We've made some progress there and I'm very pleased. We've established agency liaisons and agency level goals, or are in the process of doing that, so that every cabinet level agency across the Commonwealth has a diversity and inclusion goal that is front and center. And at a deputy secretary level, it's something that's important across the Commonwealth. And finally, we have begun what's called really the Commonwealth's first ever comprehensive disparity study. A disparity study is basically, we've contracted with a firm who can collect the data and help us understand what the real difference is between the availability of minority-owned firms and women-owned firms and LGBTQ-owned firms and disabled-owned firms in Pennsylvania in various categories where we spend money, and compare that availability with what our actual utilization has been and tell us what the gap is. And it's empirically based and it's important. Now, when this was first suggested to me, I thought, my goodness, I've got to spend $1 million so I can prove the sky is blue, right? Because it seemed to me this is an awful lot of effort to go through to basically demonstrate empirically something that I think we all have understood and experienced. I know for a fact that 5 to 6% is not where we need to be. But as it turns out, we do need the disparity study. We need it because it provides a basis for a legal framework and for a new set of policies so that we can get still more aggressive and more on target with driving not just greater diversity broadly, but looking specifically at different categories. So it may be that we need a different set of goals and a different strategy for how we engage with and grow the amount of business that we do with African American owned business owners in Pennsylvania than, say, the strategy we use for women business owners. And the only way that we can do that and have the program stand up to legal challenge is to have a comprehensive study done. And I'm very pleased that it is truly comprehensive. It is underway. PennDOT is also included, so all of our construction spend, all of our spend on goods and services is included as part of the study. I imagine Carrie will share with you some of the details on how to participate. They are right now in the field collecting information. So if you have ever tried to do business with the Commonwealth and you have a story to tell, we really want to hear it, and we really want to get it into the study. So please participate. So what I'd like you to take away is that the approach we're using in the Commonwealth is fact-based. And you know, that might seem quaint given our politics these days, but I still believe in facts. And you know, I know that we at least at the national level, you know, we have a leader or two who are pretty intent, it seems, on dividing us, right? On fostering and on capitalizing on a culture, I think, of grievance. I think it's grim, and I think they're having a lot more success than they ought to. Did y'all hear there's a recent survey, I heard it on NPR just last week. Survey, I think it was conducted by the Kennedy School at Harvard and NPR, and it looked at perceptions of discrimination across ethnic groups across the nation. And what was fascinating was that a majority in every ethnic group, including 55% of whites, believed that they were discriminated against, or indicated that they had some experience being discriminated against. Now, the numbers were way higher than 55% in the other categories, but even whites. Not only that, but a plurality in every ethnic group also indicated that they thought discrimination based on individual prejudice was a bigger problem than discrimination based in government laws or policies. So, I don't know about you, but that struck me as kind of grim. But I also know that it doesn't have to be that way in Pennsylvania. You know, grievance and the perception of grievance doesn't have to be it's really not it's not a foundation for effective governance. It's not a foundation for a good policy. It's not a foundation for progress. And I still think that our leaders really have a fundamental responsibility to avoid cheap appeals to our basest impulses. They've got a responsibility to avoid reinforcing our worst misconceptions about each other. Governor Wolf really believes that we should approach the hard work of governing with a bias towards facts and logic. We need more than rhetoric and lip service. We need a plan and a willingness to do all of the blocking and the tackling that's necessary to get us to where we need to go. We need results. We focus a lot on the way our government does business because we believe that the state government should lead the way. But we're ultimately focused on the larger Pennsylvania economy. I noted that this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania spends $4.5 billion, give or take, in any given year on goods and services. But we spend that into a nearly $700 billion Pennsylvania state economy. So the money that we spend can certainly have an impact, and certainly has an impact on the businesses that we do business with. But by itself, it's not going to move the needle the way we know the needle has to be moved. So we need to look beyond just the money that we spend directly. We need to lead, we need to set an example, and we need to expand our focus beyond just state contracts. We're ultimately focused on building a larger Pennsylvania economy. We're ultimately focused on who we are as a Commonwealth and what we're building together. So why are diversity and inclusion so important? Well, they're important for more, it's about more than just providing a remedy for past discrimination, and it's about more than what we think we see in each other's hearts. It's about structure. It's about our future. Because study after study has shown that the communities across our country and across the globe that are most diverse and most inclusive are also the ones that are most innovative and that are growing fastest and that are providing the best opportunities for their citizens. As Governor Wolf likes to say, it's about a government that works for all Pennsylvanians. That's definitely what it's about for us as an administration. That's what it's about for the department. And it starts in events like this. So please take advantage of the time you have together. Please take advantage of the relationships that you can build with my folks who are here, and know that we really couldn't be any more sincere about wanting our business and the way we do it to be more reflective of our values and more reflective of our population. So thank you for the opportunity this morning, and I'm not sure who I'm supposed to hand this to next. Jerry?
Thank you, Secretary Topper. You know, my background in minority business development started with a gentleman down in Maryland by the name of Congressman Perrin J. Mitchell. He's been a hero and a mentor of mine for many, many years, and God only knows I miss him tremendously. And it's these kind of times that, you know, it really comes to focus what he really meant, not just to me, but particularly to minority communities and communities of color all over the Commonwealth and all over the country. You know, Perrin was the guy who came up, he was the guy who attached the 10% set aside to the Surface Transportation Act in 1981. And he was consistently pushing legislation to make sure that, you know, minority people of color was involved economically. That was extremely important to Perrin. And I'll tell you why. And it was so important to Perrin. When you think about this, in 2017, the Institute for Policy Studies, a Washington, D.C. think tank, just came out with this study just a couple of weeks ago. And the study indicated that between 1983 and 2013, the median wealth for black households declined 75%. I'm going to say that again. The median wealth for black households declined 75% from 1983 to 2013. And it declined from $6,800 to $1,700. During the same period of time, the median household for Latinos declined 50%, from $4,000 to $2,000. Now, during the same period, the median wealth for white households increased from $102,000 a year to $116.8 thousand a year. Now, the study further indicated that if this trend is left unaddressed, then by the year 2053, the median household wealth for whites will grow to $137,000, while black households will hit zero by 2053. Perrin saw those things happening in the 1970s. That's why he was promoting minority business development programs, particularly in urban areas. Perrin thought that, and what a challenge for today, particularly with the millennial group that we have out here right now. The guys are going to be dependent upon to really think their way through and to create the kinds of solutions that's going to bail us out economically throughout not just York and Pennsylvania, but the nation as a whole. Just think about that one statistic. That's the work and that's the challenge that we have. Those are the challenges that Perrin knew that we had in the 70s and the 80s. Those are the absolute challenges that we're facing right now. By 2053, if the trend is left alone, African American wealth will hit zero. If that's not a motivator, I don't know what could be. You know, Perrin also, he trained us, he told us all the time. He says, Kerry, it's not about the man. No man can change this. It's about the plan. Secretary mentioned that earlier today. I think I have no doubt we have one of the most comprehensive plans of attacking discrimination in contracting in state government in any other state in the nation right now. Not just because we're doing our diversity study throughout all the state government. It's going to tell us where discrimination lies. It's going to tell us the depth and the breadth of that discrimination, and it's going to allow us to refocus and start coming up with a plan to correct those patterns of discrimination. That's what this disparity study is all about, and that's precisely what we're going to do. It's unacceptable. Just think about this for a second. All the women in the whole Commonwealth, all the veterans in the Commonwealth, all the people of color in the Commonwealth, when you collect all those individuals together, that number of doing business with the Commonwealth is 5.7%. Now, I want you to think about that in comparison to a state like Maryland. Maryland consistently do 30% business with minority business. New York, they've exceeded their 30% goal. They just increased their goal to 35%. We have a tremendous challenge ahead of us. We have a lot of work to do. You know, Perrin, he makes it simple. He says economic empowerment is the next logical, sequential step in the civil rights movement. And anybody who recognized how difficult it was to sit on the front of the bus, or sit down where you want in a movie theater, or drink from a water fountain. Anybody who understands how difficult it was to go and sit at that lunch counter and be beaten and chased by dogs. Anybody who has a history of that understand how difficult that civil rights struggle was. And Perrin always told us, if you think that was a difficult struggle, imagine how much more difficult it's going to be to achieve economic empowerment. No one's going to give you that. You're going to have to fight for it. We're going to have to fight for it. You know, I'll never forget when he told us today that the Congressional Black Caucus was formed in Washington, D.C. Ossie Davis was the keynote speaker at that congressional meeting in Washington. And he told us how serious Ossie was, and he lined up all the congressional members during that inaugural conference. And he looked everyone in the eye. And he said, man, it's not the man, it's the plan. What is going to be the plan to get us out of this mess? We already know if it's left unaddressed by 2053, African Americans, man, I mean, from a monetary standpoint in this country, it's going to be extremely difficult. It's not the rap, it's the map. How are we going to get there? There's no more talking about it. We got the plan for it. We have to get there. We don't have a choice. And I clearly understand. My good friend Art Fletcher told us, and he trained me very well. I know sometimes, and you guys are the ones who face this turmoil more so than I. I work on another side of the fence. But, you know, Art used to always refer to Sun Tzu, that great Chinese military strategist. He talked about how to defeat your enemy, how to get them to stop. Art told us, he said, you make them feel that they can't win and they'll stop trying. That's why it's been so difficult for us to get a piece of the economic pie. Sometimes they make it feel like we can't win and we stop. But folks, you know, we can't afford to stop. Because when we stop, what's going to happen in 2053 is going to happen sooner. We can't afford to stop. We have some tremendous work to do ahead of us. And the art's going to be getting our young folk involved, getting our communities involved, getting everybody focused on what it is we have to do. And that's economic empowerment. That's the only way. That's the only way we're going to pull ourselves up. Not just for us, but for our children and for our grandchildren. It's the only way that we do. I want you guys to just remember this. Women make up over 50% of the population. You pay over 50% of the taxes. But guess how we buy those paper clips and pencils, and how we build those, you know, those buildings and those highways? You do it with your tax dollars. You're paying 51% of the taxes, you're not getting your money's worth. I mean, it's simple as that. 5.7%, quite frankly, has been an embarrassing scenario for us in the department. And we're absolutely dedicated and committed and passionate about making sure that number change. We have to change that number, because we don't change that number, you're not going to be able to take advantage of it, and you're not going to be able to make that economic trickle down into the real places where it's supposed to hit. Creating jobs, creating role models, positive role models for our kids. You know, the only successful people don't have to be the drug dealers. It's the business people. That's who these kids should be looking after. That's who they should be looking up to. Those are you folks. You guys are the real heroes and sheroes in this country right now. Because you're the ones who are going to be burning the midnight oil. You're the ones who's going to be making sure that jobs are being created. You're the ones that's going to make sure that payrolls are met. The best thing that we could do is support what you're doing. That's what we're here for today. I can't tell you how excited I am about being a part of this wave, because we can make a difference. I know we're so far back. I know sometimes it seems like it's impossible, but we don't have a choice. We must win this. We must win it. We must win it for our children. We must win it for our grandchildren. We must do it for our neighborhoods, and we must do it for our communities. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to have we're going to have a really exciting day today. Initially, we're going to call up my colleagues from state government and the Bureau of Diversity, Inclusion, and Small Business Opportunity. I'm going to ask Deshawn Lewis to come. She's going to moderate this panel, and we're going to talk about how to do business with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Good morning. You've heard from my secretary, Kurt Topper, and my deputy, Carrie Kirkland. And I want again to say good morning to you. I'm Deshawn Lewis. I'm the director for the Bureau. And I've been with the Commonwealth now about 30 years. And I want to tell you some of the things that you heard this morning from the secretary, the changes that you're going to hear about later from Paula Murphy, who's my construction liaison, and Audrey Smith, who's my procurement liaison. It's a big deal. When he talked about the agency liaison program, the majority of my time was spent in the agency purchasing. That's my background. And I can tell you that when he talked about the spend and how, one out of every dollar per se applied to this program, so 25% of the spend that they talked about prior year was about only 25% of the spend of that $4.5 billion he talked about. So as we move forward with our agency liaison program, we are hoping that it will help to change the culture in the agencies, teach them how to do more RFP type procurements. As we see that he talked about, we see that stopping the trend. When he talked about that, that's because with this new administration, we're doing more RFPs, where we see more opportunities for our small and small diverse businesses to do business with the state. Before we get started, I want to talk about what our office does. We are responsible for supporting our small and small diverse businesses. We help with training, technical assistance. I have here again my liaisons. They will help you with searching for opportunities. Today, we're going to talk to you about what is the benefit of being self-certified as a small or verified as a diverse business. They'll give you the definition of a diverse business. As we talked earlier, that is a woman-owned business. That's a veteran, disabled, LGBT, minority, veteran. So as we go through today, just sit back and listen, because we're going to have a panel here later as well to talk to you about their certification process. Okay, so our program is we have a small business program, you register as a small, but you can be verified as small diverse. And they're going to talk to you today about the program, and we'll have our third-party certifiers here as well. One of the other things we're responsible for is compliance. You might have met Curtis Burwell here today. He is my procurement compliance officer. So when a prime contractor reaches out to you and says he's going to be here, you're going to be his subcontractor, which Audrey will be speaking about later. Curtis is the man to make sure that you get paid for the work that you're supposed to be doing on that project. When we talk, so Curtis, there's a lot of pressure on you. And you know what? I get calls often. I have to give you your accolades because I get calls from. I just was at an event was it Thursday in Philly, and a vendor came to me and talked to me about how, hey, they talking about you, Curtis, that how they had reached out to the Prime and said, hey, you're falling behind in your commitment with utilizing, whatever ABC vendor to do whatever services. And so they called them in to do more work. So that's what we're about, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure that we have opportunity for you and that you're getting money in your pockets. So when the secretary talked about earlier, one of the other things we do a annual report. That's another of our responsibilities. And this is the picture. This is a visual of what he talked about. Now, I can tell you that it has stopped. I think when he talked about stopping the downward trend, it's because of what we're doing. Always look at how an entity is purchasing. That is going to tell you how it's going to affect the small and small diverse business community. And we recognize, as you see here, the small diverse business subcontractor spend, that's the subcontracting on an RFP. We got a lot of work to do, but we have stopped the trend from going downward, per se, is what we have been seeing with the last administration. And that's because they were doing less and less RFPs. And now with the agency liaison program to broaden and teaching our agency purchaser on how to do RFPs, we're hoping will bring more opportunity for you and more money in your pockets. So today, again, I'm going to have, I think Paula's coming up next. She is my construction liaison. She helps you with technical assistance. And she's going to talk about what the requirements are for being a small business or small diverse. We're going to go into Procurement 101 with Audrey. And she's going to show you bidding opportunities and some of the programmatic works that we have in process under this new leadership of the Governor Wolf, Secretary Topper, and now we have a singularly focused deputy, Carrie Kirkland. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. So without further ado, I tell you, we have a lot of information for you. So I'm going to see if you guys can hold your questions a little bit so they can get through, because we got a lunchtime speaker action packed for you today. We have some of our certified third parties are here. We're going to do over lunch. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Paula. And, Curtis gave me the signal. Do any of you all, we have handouts for you for the tape. You can follow along. If you don't have one, Curtis will bring it to you. Okay. Do you want to use this or do you want to use the line? I can use the line. Okay. And then turn up and down. And you can look at the screen here and talk. No. Is that the on? Yep. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to give you just a minute to get the materials if you don't have them. So how many of you are a small or small diverse business, have heard of the actual program? And how many of you are small businesses or small diverse businesses? And we're going to talk about that later. How many of you have actually participated in the program? The Commonwealth Small or Small Diverse Business Program. Okay, well, the Small Diverse Business Program was created to ensure that open and equitable contracting practices are utilized in procurement activities. So how do you get a piece of the pie or even get to the table that Deshawn, Carey, and Secretary Topper was talking about? You need to make sure that you qualify for the eligibility criteria, okay? So that means that if you are a for-profit company located in the United States, you are independently owned, not by a subsidiary or a branch or division. You are not dominant in your field of operation, meaning like the Comcast for cable or the IBMs for information technology holding any major influence in your industry, or you have no more than 100 full-time equivalent employees. You must also make sure that you are earning no more than, for your last 3-year average gross sales, $7 million for building design services, $20 million for procurement goods and services and as a construction contractor and supplier, and $25 million as an information technology goods and services. So if you if your gross business sales were 23 million, while it's not good for the building and design business type and the procurement goods and services and construction contract and supplier business type, it would be good for the information technology goods and services. It is a 2-year renewal, and that is very new for us, so we're leaning our processes, and so that's awesome here for you. Also, you can actually find information on this program by going to our website, www.dgs.pa.gov, but most of all, it is free. Also, we have another program besides the small business program, and that is for this program, on top of holding your small business certification, there's a third-party verification that's involved. But how do we define a small diverse business? A small diverse business is a woman, minority, veteran, service-disabled veteran, LGBT, or disability-owned business enterprise. It must be at least 51% owned and controlled by that small diverse business owner. And as I just mentioned, you have to hold one of the third-party certifications. I'm not going to read them all here for you, but we do have 7 of them, and they are approved by the Commonwealth, so you will need to utilize them here. The 2 that I do want to point out because they are so new are the U.S. Business Leaders Network for the disability-owned business enterprise and the service-disabled veteran enterprise, and the National Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce for the LGBT. Also, like unto the small business program, it is a 2-year renewal as well, and you can also find this information by visiting our website, and it's free. So, how do you sit at the table to even get a piece of that pie? Critical step here, you need to register as a vendor. And you do that by going to the PA Supplier website, where you can register and you'll be able to then participate in the electronic bidding opportunities that we have. You will also be assigned a 6-digit unique number by the Commonwealth. And here's the whole point of that. It gets you paid should you get a contract with the Commonwealth. Also, as part of this registration process, you will need to create your user ID and password. So here is the link that you can access the portal. We also provide a registration guide, so there is help out there for you. And if you would like to talk to somebody one-on-one, you can contact our help desk. They are open from 8 a.m. till 4:30, so you can get them and talk to them personally. So the next step in getting to the table is to self-certify as a small business. How do you do that? You go here, back to the PA Supplier portal, and the link is displayed here, www.pasupplierportal.state.pa.us. You would log on, and there is an arrow indicating that. And that user ID and that password that you created during the registration process, here's where you will enter that information to log on. You will then click on the bidder tab, and you will also note here there is an arrow pointing to enterprise application, which is the option that you want to select to get to the self-certification application. And here is just an illustration showing that you will receive a security warning. So what you want to do, the whole point of this warning is for you to be able to view all of the content, both secure and non-secure. So just do what it tells you so that you can be able to view the content. So you will then be brought to this screen. It will say, "Welcome to Enterprise Application Portal." And if you note here, you will then just need to select the Small and Small Diverse Business Program application to enter the application. Here is the application's homepage. And note there are, the steps are separated in black. Do not use your browser's back button, but please click on the individual steps should you need to go back and review or enter or update some information while you're completing the application. Also, those eligibility requirements that I mentioned earlier, you will see them here again, along with the revenue thresholds that we are looking for with the business types that's indicated here. You will then need to check the box that you see located here in order to continue on to the self-certification application. And the whole point of you checking this box is that you are certifying that the information that you are entering is true and correct. You have looked at the program overview, you have looked at the eligibility requirements, and any false information that you supply, there are consequences for them. And then you would continue on to the self-certification application. So here is a snapshot of what step one looks like. I want to bring your attention, and what it's doing is it's displaying the eligibility criteria for you to actually answer in the form of a question. What is notable here is that those question marks, if you are stuck on a question and want a little more clarification or detail, just click on that question mark and it'll clarify that for you. This is also where you begin to identify your business types. Are you procurement goods and services? There's a description for that. Procurement, are you construction? Is that your business type? There's a description for that. Building design, as well as information technology goods and services. So this is where you identify yourself here. You will also be answering questions that pertain to your taxes, your revenue structure. And it will ask you for tax information. So the first 5 steps in the small business application process is to right here displayed for you. We are asking you your eligibility, your contact information, you're providing that to us, along with setting up your business profile and uploading your federal tax returns. We only use 1 page, and then you will be reviewing and submitting that information to us. It only takes 20 minutes, and you literally could be sitting in our database today if you go back there. If you go back and register when you get back to your place of work. Also, for the small diverse business, if you want to be recognized as a small diverse business, there are 2 final additional steps that you will need to complete for that. And so we've already talked about how you can get to the table. You need to make sure that you have your vendor ID, okay? You can then make sure that you are eligible for the small diverse business program. You have already started the selection application process and have certified as a small business. Now that you have some additional certifications that you want to be recognized for, because we do tell you, you want to diversify your portfolio, okay, if it is applicable. So let's go to step 3. And here we notice that to self-certify as a small diverse business in this application process, those 7 third-party parties that we approve with the Commonwealth are listed here for you. You will need to be prepared with that information, because in step 5, here's what happens. You have to make sure that as a small business that you electronically sign this application, because if you do not electronically sign this application at step 5 to review and submit, it will be considered incomplete because there will not be an expiration date affixed to it, so therefore it is not a valid certification at that point. Once you electronically sign the application, what will happen is what will appear is this option to verify as a small diverse business. And here is where you will upload your third-party certifications. You can, again, be recognized and upload as many as you like, as long as they are current and you have the substantiating documentation for that. So in step 6 and 7, you will be uploading, reviewing, and submitting this information. The small business self-certification is immediate. You will receive a welcome, and you will then also, there's a link attached, and you'll just need to open that link and print out your certificate. And you can also go back into the application at any time should you not have your certificate, and you can print it out as well. For the small diverse business, the review process is approximately 14 days. However, you might find that once you have completed these steps, that you see an opportunity out there in the database that you want to bid on as a prime contractor, or you might have a prime contractor that wants to partner and utilize you. So here's the secret. Just call me or my colleague or any of us at the department, and we can expedite that process for you. So now that you're at the table, right, here are the benefits for being at the table. You are part of the public database with the Department of General Services, which is a Commonwealth statewide. I've seen it utilized not just statewide, actually, national. We have different municipalities and prime contractors that are looking into our database. They are leaning their processes. They don't want to, if there's a model out there, hey, they want to use ours because they're saving money. So we've done all the work for them. You can also research your competition. You might be wondering, well, why is ABC Demolition Company, why are they doing more business than you are with the Commonwealth? Well, the reason is they could be coded a certain way. So you want to go back out to our database and look up their codes to see maybe you might be missing some that they have. So that's an example of researching your competition. Also, there are notifications of opportunities and special events and networking activities that we like to keep you apprised of. We just recently had the Job Order Contracting Networking Fair in the central and eastern region of the state. We sent out a blast to our small and small diverse businesses. Also, the disparity study hearings have begun and kicked off. There was a blast sent out for that. Here you see the actual search results displayed. This is how those prime contractors will see you in our database once you have self-certified as a small or small diverse. So this is a good segue into how do you search? How do primes search for you, or how do you search your competition in our database? Well, here's how you do it. There are 3 ways to do it: by name, business type, and UNSPSC codes. If you know the name of the company that you are searching, just enter it right here for business search. And there's a radio button that's actually located above that you would actually click on first. Here is an example. If you are searching by business type, please note that you can customize your search. Here you see in that box is checked that says only return small diverse businesses, meaning a minority, woman, veteran, service-disabled veteran, LGBT, or disability-owned business. And you can search for them and it'll return results accordingly. Here is another example of utilizing and searching using the business type selection. And here we see that this is customized for procurement goods, construction, and supplier. You can again customize your services, and selection of supplier types is also displayed. Okay? And you can finally search by USPSC codes. There is a complete codes list in the form of an Excel format that you can actually download. If you want to search by multiple codes, just enter a space between the code search, and it will then return results to you. And again, this is customizable as well. If one of the things here we are pointing out is that you can actually click on the company's name to view the individual profile. And also note here the company's information is actually displayed along with the certification type and business type. Here is that individual profile. In this example, the company's name, that would be you. In this example, is called training. The contact information is displayed and the codes are expanded. Okay, so the bottom line is with the renewal process, 2 years, it's new. We'll also provide for you 2 notifications. And if we do provide a grace period, and the bottom line is, if that grace period is exceeded, you will actually renew without lapse, and you'll have to go back into the process. So now I turn it over to my colleague, Audrey Smith, who will talk about Procurement 101. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. I'm going to take over and give you a brief review of the procurement processes for the Commonwealth. Unfortunately, or fortunately for me, you got a little bit of a primer from Secretary Topper, so he reviewed a little bit of this. The Commonwealth has historically and traditionally uses 2 primary methods to procure goods. The basic method that has been most frequently used historically is the invitation for bid. That's a sealed bidding methodology, and the only criteria that are used for selection in that process is the lowest cost. So there's no other consideration for respondents in that type of procurement. What the Commonwealth has been trying to do and has been more successful at is using our request for proposal or best value approach for procurement. In our request for proposal or request for quote procurement process, there are 3 criteria that are used for award. And this is the only procurement vehicle that will take into consideration the small or small diverse business designation of an entity that's responding for business with the Commonwealth. The factors that are considered in an RFP or RFQ process are 3 components: a technical component, a cost component, and then your small and small diverse business component. Typically, the RFP process is based on a 1,000-point scoring system, and the allocation of the points are broken out with 50% going to the technical component, and that's where respondents are outlining their approach to complete the scope of work as outlined in the RFP. They'll enumerate their experience, their personnel, they'll tell some of their referrals, and show their expertise and ability in completing the scope of work. The cost component typically will comprise 30% of the allocated points, and this is where the cost information is provided. In most RFP solicitations, there will be a cost sheet or spreadsheet. They'll tell you what format they want those numbers submitted in so that they can accurately compare them to all of the respondents to the solicitation. Finally, hopefully what will be most important to all of you in this room is that small and small diverse business component that's going to be 20% of that 1,000-point scoring system. So in that area is where we're asking respondents to either identify themselves as small or small diverse businesses, where they'll receive additional consideration in the form of points in this category, or in the case of a non-small or small diverse business that's responding to a solicitation, what is their commitment to utilize a small or small diverse business entity? So this is the place where what Paula had shared with you, your registration as a supplier, and then self-certifying as a small business as applicable, and going on to get your diverse designation where you can. This is where it will be beneficial to you in the procurement process with the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth uses an RFP or an RFQ template. All of the information we're sharing with you today is publicly available via the DGS website. So what I'm sharing with you here is just the basic template. All of our RFPs are designed from a static template that's available on the internet. And I would suggest that once you get registered to do business with the Commonwealth, that you familiarize yourself with this template so that you are fully educated on how to read and disseminate information from this document to be useful to you in your response. The RFP template has 5 major sections. Part 1 is where the general information for the proposal will be outlined. Part 2 is where you'll find the criteria for selection. That is where they will give you the specific point spread allocation between the technical, the cost, and the SDB component. And then Part 3 will be your technical submittal. That's where you'll find the meat and potatoes of what the Commonwealth is asking for, and more specifically, what information you will need to provide in order to show your ability to complete the work as outlined. And Part 4 is where the cost will be submitted. And then finally, Part 5 is where the bulk of the information on the small and small diverse business program and the submittal process and forms that are required as part of the solicitation will be found. And then finally, in Part 6 are the basic contract terms and conditions used by the Commonwealth. I'm going a little bit in depth in showing you the specific submittal forms that are required for submission to an RFP. We've streamlined this process and simplified it for both the prime and subcontractors who would be responding to Commonwealth solicitations. In the submittal form, there's a 2-page form. This is a first page of a 2-sided form. It just asks the prime respondent to identify themselves along with the RFP for which they're applying. The middle box asks for the proposer, the prime responder, do you meet the qualifications as outlined for the criteria for DGS as being small or small diverse? And not only do you meet the criteria, but are you currently registered and valid in the DGS Small and Diverse Business Database? Then in the larger box in the bottom is where we're asking for specific percentages to be entered for subcontracting commitments to either small or small diverse businesses. And we're asking for that in both written and numerical form so there can be no confusion as to what commitments they're making. More specifically on that second page of the document, when we ask for a percentage commitment to either small or small diverse businesses, we're asking these prime respondents to specifically identify the small or small diverse vendor that they intend to engage as part of that solicitation. So it's just basic information, the name of the business, their designation as listed in the DGS database, a primary contact, and a brief description of the scope of work that they are to conduct as part of this RFP. Not a tome, cleaning services, staff augmentation, marketing, communications. Then we ask them to copy over that percentage as it relates to the specific vendor and the representative value of that percentage. So just to clarify, if a prime contractor is going to make a subcontracting commitment to a small diverse business for 10%, on the second page, I will at least need to have one DGS registered small diverse business listed for 20%, or what I say, 10 is my example. Or they may choose to have 2 small diverse businesses at 5% each, or 5 small diverse businesses at 2% each. The critical information here is that by category, either small or small diverse, that your percentage commitments by vendor total up to the tally on the previous sheet. And that's what Curtis is going to be using on the back end of the award to determine contractual commitments are being met by prime vendors. So they're going to be looking at those percentage commitments to specific vendors to ensure that they're reached after award. The only other document that's required for submission as part of the small and diverse business submittal is a letter of intent. For each vendor that's listed on the second page of the submittal document, we will require an individualized letter of intent. This is a basic template that's provided in the RFP documentation from the Commonwealth, so you can pull this out of the RFP template and just complete it as necessary. It asks for the primary information from the prime contractor who's submitting the response to the solicitation, and also listing the specific solicitation for which they're responding, identifying themselves and the small diverse business they'll be working with, and the specific type of work, goods, or services that they'll be engaged in providing, and the percentage commitment, estimated dollar value, and at the bottom of the page, it must be signed by representatives of each entity. And I will be sure to tell you, looks like we lost some battery power maybe? Yeah. I'll be sure to tell you, I can talk loud. Deshaun knows I have a big mouth. They're always telling me to be quiet in the office anyway. Is this better? Oh, okay, don't have to yell. We want signatures by both respondents, the prime and the subcontractor. I will tell each of you in here, as small or diverse businesses, you want to be specific in negotiating with your prime contractors to complete this information specific to the RFP for which you're responding. Do not sign a blank letter of intent. It is important that you recognize the commitments that you're entering into as part of the response to the solicitation. Because in the event a proposer's response wins award, the entire submission becomes a contractual obligation. So you need to know what you're committing to before the submission is entered with the Commonwealth. We'll just share some of the changes if you have any historic experience in dealing with the Commonwealth. In our old scoring process, before we started many of these updates to level the playing field for our small and diverse players, we used a priority ranking system, which was a very complicated and convoluted scoring process that, quite frankly, was confusing to most people who were either intimate with the program. But one thing about it, in some cases resulted in scenarios where no respondents received any of the small or diverse scoring points. It also did not consider small businesses. It only gave points and consideration for small diverse businesses. And that lack of transparency really made it problematic. So the new system, which we're currently using in the scoring process, really ensures fairness and equity across the board. It allows for the consideration of previous performance and meeting commitments. So if there's a history of poor outcomes with a vendor, that can be addressed in the scoring process, and allows our office some ability to make recommendations as it relates to the validity and utility of working with a specific vendor. And the new scoring model allows each respondent to compute their raw score at time of submission. So it's much more transparent than the previous process. I'll briefly go through the process and what the scoring methodology is as part of the RFP solicitation. And this is exclusive to the small and small diverse business component, that 200-point bucket. It's a very basic equation where we're taking the full point value in the scoring bucket of 200 points and multiplying it by the sum of the vendor's commitment to small diverse percentage business utilization and a third of their small business percentage utilization. And it's simply your small diverse business commitment percentage is entered into the first bucket, your small business percentage commitment into the second spot, given a third of its value, completing the equation and coming up with a raw score, and then each raw score is then prorated against the highest raw score to identify the specific point allocation. I think I already mentioned that any commitments made as part of the solicitation response process do become contractual obligations at the point of execution of the contract. And the Commonwealth does require a subcontractor agreement form to be committed within 30 days of the award from the Commonwealth. It just ensures that both parties are fully aware of the work that's to be conducted as part of the contract. And I do remind our participants, when you are listed as a subcontractor on a prime contract, you are required to complete a minimum of 50% of the work that's subcontracted to you. As far as your commitments, they may not be altered without express written approval from our office in advance. And all commitments must be maintained even in the event of ownership changes. The new ownership must take responsibility of the current assigned contract requirements. And I mentioned Curtis is doing our compliance. He's actually reaching out to these prime contractors, getting quarterly reports. He has some punitive measures available to him if they're not compliant, which include a fine that can be levied for late submittal of utilization reports, and then various punitive measures for inability or unwillingness to meet those contractual obligations. But our office is very adept, and Curtis is very good at working with these prime and subcontractors to make sure we can come up with an equitable solution for everyone. So I already went through some of these punitive measures. Model subcontract agreement, which is also provided as one of the documents in the RFP template that will be provided by the Commonwealth. And just to talk about some of the changes in process, I think we've already touted the fact that our illustrious Mr. Kirkland, who just walks on cue, has been assigned for our singular focus in the department. And the inclusion of small businesses is being considered for the small and diverse business contracting. And then the recent addition last year of LGBTQ and disabled-owned entities in our diverse designation. And then I mentioned earlier the streamlined process of our RFP template and the associated letters of intent. And the fact that we've updated our equation, our calculation, to make sure that points are not left on the table, and the use of our penalties and monetary fines to ensure compliance with the contractual commitments. What I'd like to move on to now, I think we've taken some time. Paul has gone through how to verify or register as a vendor, self-certify as a small business, verify as a small diverse business. I've given you a little bit of an overview of how the Commonwealth procures and how to respond to those solicitation requests. But here's where you're probably really interested is how do we find those opportunities from the Commonwealth? So we're going to talk about bidding opportunities now. In order for you to respond to a bid, you must first find it. All of the bids are publicly advertised on the Commonwealth's e-marketplace portal. And the website is listed on the screen and in your slide deck. Here is a pictogram of the DGS portal or website homepage. And I do like to point out on the, I guess it would be if you're looking at it, the right-hand side of the screen, there are quick drop-down sites. So the e-marketplace portal can be reached from that point. And once you get to the home page of the e-marketplace portal, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see a number of keystones. And under each keystone, it provides various information. There are 2 keystones on the upper left for solicitations. In the center, there are 2 keystones marked awards and search contracts, which is where you can find existing contractual information. Then there's one for sole procurements, emergency procurements. ITQs, which is an invitation to qualify process. There's also information on what's coming down the pipe, upcoming procurements, and then access to our debarment lists for those contractors who have been unable to meet contractual obligations, who have been put on a debarment list. So I'm going to run you through the solicitations tab, which will help you find current and archived solicitations. But one thing I will point out to you, if you're interested in acquiring or competitively participating for Commonwealth contracts, what I'm sharing with you today on current bidding opportunities is important, but much of the information housed in this resource is existing or archived information, which I think can be invaluable to you as small and diverse business owners to understand how current contracts are awarded and what the contractual commitments are that have been met. I'm going to kind of brush through this so we leave enough time for you all to ask questions, but I'll work through it. So what we did here is we hit the solicitations tab. That's where we're identifying current awards. It'll take you to a search criteria field, and there are a number of fields that if you have information you can fill in. I would guess most of you don't have specific solicitation numbers or titles, as do I. I go in cold, much like you do. So there's a couple places I say to start. Start number one in the solicitation title or description. Use terminology that you recognize as exclusive to your business industry. If you're a cleaning company, you'll use cleaning and janitorial. You may use remediation. If you're IT, you're going to use terminology that you know is specific to your industry. And when you do those searches, you can search, if you look on the far corner there, either under current records or archived records. And that's exactly what it's telling you. Current records are for bids that are active now. Typically, Commonwealth solicitations are open for a minimum of 2 weeks, usually no more than about 6 weeks for specific solicitations. Some of the open ITQ or intent to qualify bids that are open year-round or 24 or 12-month, they're always you may always respond to them. But the current records are what's open now that you might be interested in bidding on, and then the archive records for things that happened in the past. What you're seeing here now is a reference of a specific solicitation. You'll see the term IFB, invitation for bid. Can anybody tell me what criteria will be used to determine who wins that solicitation? IFB, what'd you say? Lowest cost, okay? Probably not where most of us want to play. So the other thing I might consider is when you're doing this search and you use your key terminology in the solicitation title or description, you might also want to drop down the solicitation type and select RFP, because we talk there the best value procurements that are going to take into consideration a small or small diverse business utilization rate. So what you're getting here is the full overview of the solicitation. The top general information tells you the title and description. The department information tells you the procuring entity. And what I think is very valuable, many people overlook, is the contact information. That is a procurement representative from the Commonwealth that has most of the knowledge relative to this procurement. There is nothing wrong with you picking up the phone and calling that person and asking any question you may have. Business related, RFP related. Let's qualify that, not just any question. So it has to be related to the procurement. If they can answer you, they will. If they cannot, they will do their best to refer you to someone who can. But there's a wealth of information for that person, and I try to let you know that that number is not put there for you not to take advantage of. And then finally, the solicitation, when it was listed, when it's due, and how you respond to it. And then at the bottom of the page, all the solicitation documentations, the RFP, the associated forms that must be completed, and any other solicitation information. That's a quick and easy way of how to look for current RFPs. The end of this presentation is a phone number for myself or an email for myself, for Paula and other people in our office. Don't stop with that review. Call us so that we can make you experts in navigating that system. The next sheet that I'm showing you here is an e-alert system, something that I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of. When you register as a vendor, get your vendor number and small diverse business designation. It gives you an opportunity to register for e-alerts, which is an automated notification system. When our procurement officials write and advertise a solicitation, they must select the primary UNS PSC codes, those commodity codes that identify the scope of work to be done. If they match the commodity codes that you've entered as an entity or a business, When they match, you will receive an automated email notification saying that a procurement has been listed in the portal that hopefully will garner your attention and drive you back to the eMarketplace portal to review the information to see if it's something you might be interested in participating or responding to. We recognize that you don't have time to look at our database daily. That's the end of our presentation. We're going to go to some questions, but I think Paula would like to share some additional information at this time.
Okay, everybody, so my focus, yes, let's give it up to Audrey. So job order contracting is the Commonwealth Small Business Construction Folio of projects with a dollar value of $10,000 to $300,000. It involves 4 disciplines: general construction, HVAC, plumbing, and electrical. This job order contracting, excuse me. Okay, sorry. So this was based on a multiple awarded RFP to Jock Primes across the Commonwealth statewide in all 3 regions of the Commonwealth on last year. So this is an opportunity for you. We have Jock Primes. If you are in our database, they are obligated to engage our small and small diverse businesses, which is why it's so important that if you meet those eligibility requirements that we talked about earlier, that you get in our database immediately. We also have some information, if you haven't picked it up and you are a construction vendor, or anybody for that matter, we do have the percentage commitments that these job order contractors are actually required to meet. So for the sake of time, the short of it is, if you have any questions regarding job order contracting, please see me. The dollar project scope was $25 million, but it actually has exceeded that. I believe we're upwards of $30 million right now. We are having, one of the things that we just did is we had the job order contracting networking fair. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna go back real quick. For the central region of the state, note here that the construction GC, his percentage to a small diverse business is 20%, and to a small business, it is 20%. If for Clark Contractors, who has both the contract for HVAC and plumbing, they have committed 7.5% to a small diverse business and 10% to a small business. And finally, the electrical contractor, IB Able, has committed 20% to a small diverse business and 2% to a small business. So you can make the connection that it's very, very important to be self-certified in our small and small diverse business program. So see me if you have any other questions. We do have a job networking fair that we just held, as I was telling you earlier. And what we did was we brought together those small diverse business primes and small businesses in our database to meet directly with those jock contractors for one-on-one matchmaking sessions. So again, thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to our illustrious leader, Deshaun Lewis. Thank you.
Thank you. So, what do you guys think? First, I'm going to ask you guys this: how many? You heard them talk to you about the requirements for small business and small diverse. How many of you meet that requirement? Okay. Okay, so then are you in my database? You are? Okay. Who's not in the database? Just raise them high. There's no reason why you shouldn't be, because this is the time. As you can see, for this under this particular governor and the leadership we have, his interest is in diversity and inclusion of our small, diverse businesses in contracting. And I said earlier, and I truly mean it, our background is procurement. Now, the way an entity purchases is truly how you're going to see how it affects you, the small, diverse business community, or the small business community. And by what we have been doing is doing more RFP. Audrey talked about that earlier today. Where's she? Oh, here she is over here, okay. About the best value type procurements. We see more opportunity there because it's less risk. So a lot of times when you're trying to grow your business, a small, diverse business wants to be a subcontractor. That's the way to grow. Other thing, you've heard her talk about, Paula talked about self-certification process requirements to be self-verified as diverse. We're going to have the third parties here today. All of them could not make it, but most of them are going to be here today, so you can, it's your choice to decide who do you want to go to if you want to be recognized as a diverse business. I can tell you that it's a benefit to be recognized as small and diverse. In the RFP process, a prime contractor is looking for you to subcontract with. He earns points by utilizing your services on a contract, right? Now, when he utilizes a small business designation, he gets a third of the points, right? She talked about that. But if he uses a small diverse, he gets more points. All right, so you want to look at being, if you're a diverse business, go through the third-party certification. It's your choice on who you want to shop around with. They're listed on our website. Paula showed you those today. And they will be here today over a lunch panel. Now, we've talked. Now we want to hear from you. So do you guys have any questions? Okay.
Good morning. I'm George Campbell, like Sue. And y'all up there using terminologies that I'm not familiar with. RFP and other stuff. I know sometimes it comes as second nature, but please break it down to me.
I appreciate you. Sorry about that. So when we talk about request for proposal, what that is Audrey talked about it. She said a best value procurement. The best value procurement, one type is a RFP. When she broke it down for you and showed you that when it's awarded, how it is awarded by, not just by cost. It's by, it considers the technical, the cost, and the STB submittal, which is where we're seeing more opportunity. If the majority of the state is purchasing, which our agencies are, doing IFBs, that's what we're trying to turn around with the agency liaison program. When I say IFB, invitation for bid, she talked about that earlier. How's that being awarded? You're considering what only at the time? Cost. So sometimes our small, diverse business cannot compete that way, right? Right. So that's why the Commonwealth is starting to do more RFPs, best value type procurement that she talked about. Because there's when they go to award that, when they're evaluating, they're looking at the cost, but they're looking at the technical and they're looking at the STB submittal. And I'm telling you, it's been making a difference because I've seen, I think it was on the construction side, where Audrey gave you a breakdown that the normal standard breakdown of what they consider is 50% for technical, 30% for cost, 20% for STB submittal. Now, there was a bid that went out, and they did it 40, 40, 20. That made the difference, the STB submittal. It's always a 20%. We do a 1,000-point scale, okay? So it's 200 points available for the utilization of small, diverse businesses. That is what you meant by when we said RFPs, and when I keep saying the way entity purchases affects you guys, that's what I mean by that. Carrie Kirkland had something to say.
I just wanted to just add on to that. And the reason why this conversation is so important, historically what we've done is engage, right now 80% of our procurements is done with low bid, 80%. And what that really means for small diverse businesses is that 80% of those bids don't have any diversity consideration. What we found was when we do low bid contracts, you don't get any inclusion. There's no inclusion on good faith effort. Folks just go through the motions and there's no commitments. So what we've done, we try to drive more best value procurements. Requests for proposals is what that RFP stands for. And so we try to drive that. And the reason why is because it's not just driven by low bid. It's driven by technical, your diversity profile, and your cost. And those type of procurements, we found that we're getting anywhere between 20 and 50% participation. So what we're trying to do now is trying to get agencies to do more best value deals rather than low bid contracts. That's going to increase participation tremendously in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
I've been working on this a long time. I've been in business for decades, and this has been one of the biggest obstacles to me. People say, oh, you should be certified. And I start the process and I stop because I don't understand the jargon. This document here is where I got stuck the last time. Full of instructions, stuff that I asked I'm going to have my accountant help me with. I think there needs to be a more smaller workshop setting where you sit down, and because I got stuck. Why? Because I had to do a workaround on Google Chrome. I didn't understand the workaround on Google Chrome. What the heck is that? Then I had to go to the UCP process, which required, after I entered all the data that I could figure out, it said, you need a user ID password to submit this. So I called on the phone, I emailed the technical, well, when do I get my user ID? That was in January. I gave up. So, I think that part of this process is in the technical part of getting from the big concept, which is wonderful, down to the nitty gritty. Can you just explain the paperwork?
Thank you very much. And I want to tell you, so we talked earlier, what she's talking about is she's trying to get certified, right? And I think you were going through UCP, the third party. Because when you go, right, it's the first part you talked about, the small business part, 20 minutes, as long as you have your taxes. What she's talking about, you have to go further to choose one of your third parties. She decided to choose UCP, and we have a representative here today that's going to be on our panel so you can ask all kinds of questions. But what she was going through was the process, the paperwork, and trying to get an answer for some of that, what you were going through. So Keela Evans is here today, and she's going to be speaking on the UCP process of what you were going through. She can assist you. I can tell you as far as trainings and technical assistance, Audrey, myself, Paula, and Curtis Burwell, we're out training all the time. I want you to look at our website, and if you're on our database, we blast and let you know about any particular trainings. And we also do technical assistance one-on-one. So we will have you come in our office. We will help you over the phone, whatever is necessary, whatever means necessary to help you to get in our program. Anybody else?
States in terms of living here 7 years, but I've owned the largest black-owned wholesale book distribution company in 3 states that I've lived in the last 30 years. Now, I know the process. I don't have any problems with technical. But the concern is that in other states, and as I said, I'm not keynoting Pennsylvania because I don't know the process. I don't have any statistics. Now, I'm heavy on statistics because a lot of these organizations, as an old black business, they advertise and they have the technical staff, but how much contracts actually go to the diverse when it comes into black businesses? That's a problem in many big states like Illinois, Michigan, not as much in Maryland, because blacks is up 40% popular, and you get some blacks in high positions. But I haven't seen your statistics. Is it possible to get actual statistics? I don't want to know small businesses, because most of the small businesses are owned by white males and a few white females. So they can always push us those. And those of us who are highly educated like myself and many others can eat through that and get the actual information. So can we get some statistics, even if it takes you months to get them to me, and I will call and get that information. During the Rendell administration, what took place in the Republican that lost for 1 term, I don't recall his name at the moment, and this present administration that's been in effect for 3 years. That's what I want, because you can tell us anything here, it doesn't say you all are dishonest, but have no history of even 0%. 0% doesn't mean you get none. You have maybe a few hundred of actually black-owned businesses, and even some Hispanics getting anything.
Thank you very much. Now, I want to answer that partly. I can answer some of your right here today. When I talked about earlier, we do annual reports. Were you here earlier when the secretary talked about we did annual reports? Okay. So one of the things we do is an annual report. Under the prior administration, the way they were reporting was, remember, Audrey talked about commitments? Okay. So what they reported was 25.99%, which would appear like, wow, PA was doing great. that much percentage was going in your pockets, the SDB park pockets. However, the way it was is that was just the commitment. So remember we talked about how, a prime contractor, he makes a commitment to utilize your services. He comes in and he tells us he's going to use you 10% on a project, right? So they took that project and there was only so many RFPs, 25% of the total dollars spent were being bought by way of RFPs. So he's saying he's going to give you 10%. And they took those commitments and they reported it in a manner of saying, hey, 25.99%. But what that was is commitment. That was not actual dollars in your pockets. So under this new administration, the secretary told you on my screen that it's less than 10% when you talk about small and small diverse. I think it was 5.7 for SDBs. Now I can tell you that the last two, this is our second report, we're getting ready to do another one, annual report. We have stopped the trend of going downward, and I know it's because we're doing more RFPs. Under the last administration, they weren't doing them. They were doing more IFBs. So as we continue to go out and teach the agencies on how to do IFBs and teaching them to say, hey, diversify your spend with your suppliers. That is what we're doing. As a matter of fact, tomorrow morning, that's what we're training them on. So that's one of the things we're doing. I think it's a big deal. This disparity study that's coming out is a big deal. That is something that this governor allowed us to spend money on, almost $1 million, so that we could be able to prove the disparity that is out there. So, and we know that. So what we're doing now is we're working on, with this agency liaison program, that's going to help our agencies to learn to think in a different way. It's changing the culture, okay? It's teaching them how to do RFPs, right? But at the same time, with the disparity study, when the bids come out, we will be able to put goals, whether it's a low bid contract or whether it is an RFP. All right, so those are the things we're doing to change. So far I would say, look, what we've done so far is we've changed and we stopped that downward spiral. And I think it just gets better and better with what we're doing. Anybody else?
Thanks, Deshawn. I have a question for you. You're dumping all of your spend into the SDB category. Well, I think what his question was, can you break it down?
Okay, great. Sorry about that part of the question. The breakdown. Okay, so I can let you know under the last administration, the focus was on small business. We were setting up the system to be able to identify African American, Hispanic, Asian Pacific, and they wouldn't allow it. Okay? So I'm gonna let you now, when Paula talked about the every 2 years, you come in and you self-certify. When you go in and self-certify right now, there's a question to ask you, are you African American? Are you Hispanic? So we're doing that now so that we can capture that to find out who. It helps us to market in those different communities. At the same time, we haven't got to that slide. One of my assignments, my boss is stressing me with, that I get done is we're looking to try to get a new system, okay, in place that will be able to capture all of that information for us in a more streamlined fashion. So no, today I cannot sit here and tell you exactly what African Americans are getting, or Hispanics, or Asia Pacific, because we don't have the system to do that. But we are looking to purchase one, and I have that assignment to get that done. So that is something that's coming as well, and it's something that's so needed because when Curtis and them are doing their compliance, they're tracking payments. It's a cumbersome process that we go through. It's a lot. But now with the new system that we're going to get, it will tell you if you're African American, where that spend's going, Hispanic. It won't just group small diverse business. And I'm sorry if I'm sniffing, I got a cold.
That's all right. That's all right. My name is Zane Dow. I'm representing Commercial Construction Company. I do not qualify for an SDB. We're way larger than that, but we are an MBE firm. I'm a reality guy. So I've been working with Kerry Kirkland for many, many, many years now, and I understand where this gentleman is coming from. in reference to the best value system, I think that's the best thing that ever came out, because when I was doing strictly apparent low bidder, and being that the fact that the company in which I'm working for, even though they're an MBE, it's awesome because I'm going to get registered here in Pennsylvania as an MBE firm prime. And I'm saying that to say, because let's deal with reality. There's a lot of firms who are not people of color who really do not like the program. I'm keeping it real. All right. So in other words, it's more of a forcing someone to become involved with minority participation. But I'm letting you all know right now, the company that I'm with, we're going to get registered here. We're going to be registered as a prime contractor, and I guarantee you, you're going to get that 20 and 30 and 40%.
I just wanted to add one thing regarding the electronic monitoring and tracking system. It was one of the greatest disservices, in my estimation, ever done in Pennsylvania. They totally wiped it out during the previous administration. If you go down to Baltimore right now, the governor can go to any county in the state of Baltimore, in the state of Maryland, and go to any county from Prince George County on down. He'll tell you point blank, pull out a handheld device, and tell you very, very succinctly how much business is being done with African American firms, Latino firms, women firms, veterans firms. We just don't have, as Deshaun mentioned, we just don't have that capability now. The previous administration refused to invest in that type of technology. This governor has changed the model. We're in the process, we've already done the market research. We know that they have some tremendous products right off the shelf. This technology that allows us to do great things in terms of data. So for the first time, we're in the process of going through the motions of setting up a procurement so that we can go out and procure the type of technology in 2017 that's going to allow us to capture that data for the first time in the history of Pennsylvania. Very happy about that too.
All right, I just want to capture some of the other things that we're doing before we get into. One other thing I want to let you know is we're working on a mentor protege program. That was one of the recommendations of the Governor's Advisory Council. So you'll see that coming out soon, which is a big deal. In addition to some of the other things that we've done, other than with the system, we have added small diverse business language in the real estate type purchases, the solicitation for leasing. At one point it was in, because I remember back in the day, so that would be opportunity for our small diverse businesses to do some type of work for the leasing, or actually if there's maintenance or something to be done within a facility. Something that was in before under prior administrations but was taken out. It's back, we just put it back in. In addition to an ITQ process, there's an ITQ process that we had that would say anything over 250,000 had our language, but there's some that did not. And whenever the agency or whoever was reviewing the award of a project on an ITQ, it had the language of you may include small diverse businesses, right, in your evaluation. We have changed that you will. Okay, so that's an opportunity as well. And of course, again, this disparity study that's going to come out. That's going to be a big deal. That's going to be a game changer in how the Commonwealth is going to procure. Any other questions?
My name is Moto, Thiengo Moto, originally from Kenya. And I've been in the program for a little bit. I understand all you guys talking about terminologies and technology. It's not easy. But as far as technology, I could advise you to get your teenage children involved. They might help you maneuver through the computers. Now, my thing is, all these things that they're talking about here, I've gone through all that. And the JOC program they're talking about, I attended the meeting when they set it up 18 months ago. I signed up. That time they told us it was going to be $10 million worth in 1 year. She said it. It turned out to be, 34 and going up right now? Nobody has ever knocked at my door asking me to give them a quote or anything. I call them up, all those JOCs, and gentlemen over there said, it's true. They look at it like they're being forced to do it. They committed themselves to do the 20% or whatever, but they look at it like they're being forced into it. And I called two of them. They said, oh, we don't do that. We don't get involved with that. It's not optional for this contract. They signed up to do it. It's an obligation. But that's for something else, for later. Now, my other question was about the mayor is here, the mayor of York. I just did a contract for the school district of York, and that was low bid. And I bid some of those contracts as we're talking about. In other words, it's getting to do that. It's challenging. You have to get bidding, bonding, and capabilities and all that. God is good. I've been able to do that. But once you get there now, you start competing against the same people that are signed up for the JOCs, and you can beat them. I beat them. But right now, I cannot. The JOC program has locked contracts. I cannot, bid for those. And I'm, gentleman here, and I'm saying, okay, I can't compete. I can't bid for the contract because they are locked up. Can you guys come up with a program that will say, okay, from $0 to $50,000, it's a set aside. SDBs compete for that. And we're going to throw it out there for 2 weeks. If nobody comes up, we put it back for everybody else. That's what I'm saying. And I appreciate the work you're doing. I think you're doing very good. And I'd like to get your contact also. Thank you.
Actually, one of the things that, Deshaun and also the Secretary mentioned about the disparity study, that's going to allow us to do. No, we at this point, it's unconstitutional in any state in the country to set aside a program for any particular ethnic group until you are able to prove that discrimination exists in the marketplace. That's just the lay of the land. That's the whole purpose and the whole reasoning behind the disparity study. And now once that's established, and once it's established that discrimination has occurred against any particular group, then that's going to allow us to take certain types of race-conscious or gender-conscious action to try to correct those patterns of past discrimination. That's, unfortunately, we're going to have to wait until June to get the results of our first disparity study. That's the whole purpose of doing that piece here. The second thing I just want to remind everybody, if there's anything you take away from what I said today, remember what Perrin had said a long time ago. Man, if you think it was difficult just to get basic civil rights, this ain't going to be easy. I mean, you just can't knock on the door and because you don't get the contract, you're going to go away. It doesn't work that way. You got to be persistent. You got to be tenacious. You got to be aggressive. We got to do whatever is necessary in order to win. This is not going to be an easy process, folks. And if you think it was easy getting basic civil rights, then you wait and see how much difficult it's going to be to get to economic empowerment. It's just that simple. And if we're not prepared, to get down and roll up our sleeves and do what it is that we have to do, ain't no more crying about it. Ain't no more, basking about it. This is reality now. This is about doing it now. There's no more time for, why we haven't been able to do it in the past. We already know that history. We already know that history. This is about what are we going to do going forward, particularly when we have a governor in place right now who's doing everything possible to open up the doors of opportunity. This is about us doing our job. This is not going to be easy. I shared with you earlier today, and we're going to move on to the next segment of our program. I shared with you earlier today, Sung Soo. It is so true. And how that's equated to small businesses, that Sung Soo line about if you make people feel that they can't win. I spent 14 months going across the state just talking to small minority business and women-owned businesses. I wanted to know, what's your experience? What was your experience going to the Department of Transportation or the Department of General Services or the Department of Health or Education? Tell me your experience about interacting with those contracting and procurement officials. And you know what they were telling me? This is what the Sung Soo statement is so relevant for. Kerry, I can't get my phone calls returned. Kerry, when I go up in the procurement office, they're treating me with hostilities. Some women are still dealing with the issues of sexual harassment. They can't even get past that subject. I mean, things are happening in the marketplace that make no mistake about it. For the last 6 years, man, it's been out of whack. And we're going to correct it. But this is no easy task. This is not one of those light switches where you think you're going to go to the work and click on a light switch and everything's going to be hunky-dory. It doesn't happen that way. This is going to be a long, prolonged struggle, and we're going to need everybody in the public and the private sector to cooperate, and that's what this initiative is all about. To making sure that the doors of opportunities open up, particularly in the Department of General Services, in the Bureau of Affirmative Action, and the Bureau of Diversity, Inclusion, and Small Business Opportunity, and every other Commonwealth agency in the state. That's what's changing right now. And what we need to do is take that directly to the agencies and let's do business. Don't take no for an answer. And I tell you what, if you're getting no, and no, come and see me. We're going to go to the agency together. I mean, this is not a situation where we're talking about you're doing this on your own. Absolutely not. We have a tremendous support system for you. Some dedicated, passionate people about making sure this is done right, in the right way. No, this is not going to be easy, folks. This is going to be very difficult. But you know what? Everything is always difficult. We can achieve this. And the reason why we have to achieve it, because we really don't have a choice. We can sit back here we want and say, hey, it's difficult. And then when 2053 come, that's the only other option. And what we need to be talking about is not just our business. We need to talk about trying to spark that entrepreneurial spirit within the community. You got a lot of people with a lot of great ideas. And if you can make a living doing it or create some jobs doing it, that's exactly what we need to do. It's not going to be easy. And it's not time for anybody to talk about, hey man, this is going to be difficult. Hey, we got to do some history research or something. This has never been easy. And anybody ever told you it was going to be easy didn't tell you the truth. You're going to have to fight for it. And I'm going to tell you this, I'm going to fight right alongside with you. I'm going to fight with you until hell freezes over, and then we're going to fight on the ice.
Okay, so I see our keynote speakers here, and lunch is available. I think what we should do, because we're running a little behind, but it was all good correspondence, and we're all going to be around here for you to talk to all day. Okay, so I want to move on. If you guys can move and carry one. Okay, move to get your lunch. Our keynote speaker has arrived, and then after he speaks, we're going to move right into our panel on certification. So you have the opportunity this time to talk to them and ask them questions. So I have a series of questions for them as well, and then we'll let you guys ask questions also. So I guess they have on each side, so you can proceed. Is that what you want? Okay. So Michael says we can proceed to go ahead and get your food, and then we'll get started with the keynote speaker.
You know, Carl is an assistant to the mayor in Harrisburg, and he's the guy. I tell you, Secretary Topper and I went to a program that he had put together. It was a development project in Center City of Philadelphia. It's rare that you go to a development project in the neighborhoods in York, Harrisburg, or Lancaster. And this was one, not only was it in the neighborhood, it was dealing with veterans housing and workforce development. It was an incredible program that these guys had put together that Carl had focused on in the city of Harrisburg. It's a program that has a center for workforce development where they're going to be targeting high-risk kids and ex-offenders, retraining them, trying to get them back into the workforce. Tremendous community economic development project. Carl is also and aside from being the assistant to the mayor of Harrisburg, he's also the founder and the president of the Pennsylvania Diversity Coalition. And that's a coalition that's basically holding government feet to the fire when it comes to doing the right thing by the residents of Pennsylvania. Carl's going all across the state, talking to contractors, talking to young folks, talking about what they need to get back into the workforce, what they need to make sure that they get equitable contracting opportunities. Carl's also a member of the Governor's Council on Diversity, Inclusion, and Small Business Opportunity. In fact, he served on my subcommittee. A lot of the reforms that we have in state government right now was a lot of the reforms that he was part of those recommendations. Carl has a tremendous history of giving back to the community. He's one of those young men who cares. And by the way, Carl was also a tremendous football player in his own right. Carl played for Harrisburg, folks, but we all know this is orange and blue country here. That's okay. Carl has been just an absolute incredible worker on behalf of small and diverse businesses all across the state, particularly in Harrisburg, where you see his presence in a lot of development things that's happening all across the city of Harrisburg right now today. Without any further ado, I'd like to introduce to you Mr. Carl Singleton.
So I'll just start off with a nice warm thank you for the hospitality. Since I was late, they chose me as second keynote speaker. They chose me to speak when you're eating. But at least the Cougars is ranked nationally. So we're gonna bring a little Harrisburg love down to you. Maybe y'all can get a win or 2 or 10. No, that was serious, but all joking aside, first of all, I'd just like to thank Secretary Topper, of course, Mayor Bracey, Deputy Secretary Kirkland, as well as President of the University for having me here. A good friend of mine, Mrs. Deshawn Lewis, who is like, are you coming? Are you coming? Are you here? And then she announces, now that he's arrived, we can basically get started. I'm like, as if y'all were ready for me to come on, So, no, like I said, the purpose of being here today, quite frankly, was to just let you know that it can be done. Not that once it's done, it's over. There is always room for enhancement. But what we need to do, and particularly as Black and brown and women business owners, is stake our claim. The Pennsylvania Diversity Coalition, we started off as the Harrisburg Regional Diversity Coalition. And we had individuals come into the mayor's office that were just highly upset, talking about how, they were gonna boycott and picket and march and all that. And I'm looking like, what the hell, is this still the 60s, is the 70s? We're not doing that. Let's make sure that we understand how powerful our dollars are. Let's understand and make sure we understand how important unifying with a common agenda is. And once we start doing things like that, at that point, that's where things will change. From my perspective, I've always been the one that would go to those tables and hear about, let's do these things about joint ventures, mentor-protege partnerships. That's creating unnatural competition. So the big boys that are there, the institutionalized racism that exists, the individuals that are, used to making all the money and having it, they're not looking to share. They're not looking to partner. And so my stance has always been, you can't shake a hand with a closed fist. And so knowing that, you have to be unapologetically biased towards the underserved, underrepresented, undereducated, and any other unders that disproportionately impact people that look like me. And so when I go to the table and I speak like that, individuals are a little taken aback at first, because most of the times individuals that are senior advisors to the mayor and, those comfortable, cozy positions, don't risk things, and, I got mine, you get yours. Well, I don't operate like that. From my perspective, I'm just a Hall Manor boy, Newark, New Jersey, Dayton Street projects. And so to whom much is given, much is required. I've gotten a lot, and so my job is to make sure that I let the ladder down for others to follow and show them the way. I won't say president, I'll just say as a founding member of the Pennsylvania Diversity Coalition, the way we grew to that status was that we would leave, of course, thinking Little Harrisburg. We're going to go out to Philadelphia, and we're going to go out to Pittsburgh, and we're going to learn what they're doing and bring that back, and then we're going to enhance our program. Well, we would go out there, and instead of getting answers, we were getting questions. And so we huddled back in Harrisburg and like, look, they think we know what we're doing. So we'll act like we're leaders, And so it was 5 of us, Tariq Castile, who is a re-entering citizen, friend of mine since we were 9, Boys and Girls Club, sleepovers, all that good stuff. He visited some state campuses 3 or 4 times throughout his adult life. And, got back, got himself together, and he decided when they weren't hiring him, in the field of construction, that he would start his own. We were blessed to run into another individual, a company, ProRank Business Solution, Kyron Robinson and Wade West. These dudes, they're geniuses. They used to run that, develop the, out at Cheney. It was that one, the supportive services program out at Cheney University. And then, one thing led to another. They decided, why work for anybody else? We could work for ourselves. So that entrepreneurial spirit, that attitude that why do for others that what you can do for yourself. And so we decided that individually, people were starting to accept us. But individually, they could also tell us, no, we don't trust you. You don't have the credit. You don't have the bonding. You don't have this, that, and the other. So we decided to do what a lot of us don't do, which is to network and unify and then approach them as a united front. And at that point, 2 things were going to happen. Either they were going to accept us for who we were and what we stood for, because we were unapologetic and we didn't sugarcoat. Like now, I'm not going to, if it was you and I one-on-one in the room, or if the governor's in here, or if the secretary's in here, it doesn't matter, short of my grandmother. I'm going to be straight, direct, and lead that, and what we found was they could not pick us off individually. When we came in there with one agenda, now we might have disagreed in who was going to present and how it was, but they didn't know that. When we walked into that room, we have an agenda, we have a purpose, we have our desired outcomes, not the others. And that desired outcome is to ensure that we are not only at the table, but we are active participants and then oftentimes leading that conversation. Because who knows better than us to talk about disparity? Who knows better than us in terms of black, brown, and women in urban America to talk about what our needs are? And it's not being and I always, I laugh when people, say, oh, well, I got to qualify because I don't want to upset people and this, that, and the other. My job, if you're uncomfortable, good. That means we're starting to move somewhere. My thinking is, who better to talk about being, blocked out, held back, and all that stuff. It's not all that about not having the attitude or the know-how or the will and all that. It's about institutionalized racism that existed historically. And if we don't talk about it, if we don't say we're not going to stand for it anymore, then it's going to keep continuing. And so when we go in, our thoughts are they can't take all of us out without exposing themselves. So we continue to go. We continue to have that conversation. We continue to push the same message. And 1 or 2 things have happened. Either they tried to ignore us, so we got louder, we showed up with more people, or they said, come on and join the council. Or they said, come on over and have a meeting. It's not that hard. It's not rocket science. All it takes is the will. You understand, we go to our website, thepadc.org. And the first thing that'll pop up there is solidarity. Even though we have members that are part of the group, there's no permanent member. There's a permanent agenda. We've had members that, decided to go ahead and take the deal and slide off. So we do them. Not physically, not anything like that, but we just cut them off and we expose them. What we don't do a lot in our communities is we let these self-proclaimed leaders get to the table, take for self, because they forgot why they got there, which was the agenda. And then we hide back and we say, oh, no, we'll do it next. No, take them out. That's it. I'm not advocating harm or anything like that. I'm just simply saying, if someone's harming the community, you need to expose them for doing as such. If that's not, and I'll go off script in a minute, so I won't. But yeah, if you know your nephew's selling drugs or your niece is, doing what she ain't got no business doing, don't holler about the neighborhood's going down, correct your people. That's it. So my perspective is if you know that the businesses that or the leaders, quote unquote, that we're trusting to go to the table and run our agenda are really, cutting deals, call them out. And when you go back and you remember about the Montgomery bus boycott, Dr. King and all the good reverends, decided to do what we know that they done. However, there was a segment of pastors that had gone and held a press conference and announced that the boycott was successful and that it was over and let's go back to normal. Well, they weren't part of Dr. King and the group, the Southern Conference. They weren't part of that. And so what they did was they went back and got those reverends that portrayed to be a part of it brought them back to the mic, made them denounce what they had said, and then they continued with the Montgomery bus boycott. We fall short because we don't go back and correct those who need corrected. We just allow them to exist. I advocate for making sure that anyone who comes up against the interests of the community be exposed. And sometimes you're going to lose friends and family members in the process. But that's okay too, because the community which they live in will be enhanced by their exit. And so I'm just here to say the Diversity Coalition, I'm not saying this is the greatest thing. It's just that I'm saying we have what we thought we needed because we listened to the community. We were blessed to be able to have access to Deshaun and Carrie Kirkland and others, who were understanding. And I always say this, when we go in as a Diversity Coalition, we always acknowledge the fact that it's good to have people at the table that understand, but they need to make sure, we need to make sure that we have their backs, because when they go take that message into those closed rooms, they're targeted. Now, if they're not doing what's in the best interest of the community, then let them get theirs. Let them, they deserve it. But if they are, we need to support them. So when they go in there and talk, they say, listen, even if it is them, they may not be able to say it, but they can simply state, this is what the people told me to say to you. So their jobs and stuff is still safe. And then we take the blunt of it, which is cool. As a Diversity Coalition, we're in a position where, as I stated earlier, they can't take us all out without exposing themselves. And so I think that the Deshaun Lewises and the Carrie Kirklands that have tolerated us, quite frankly, because we haven't always agreed. But at the same time, we know we have a unified front that has a purpose of serving the underserved, underrepresented, and undereducated. And so we're unapologetically biased towards that point. And so I'll leave you with this. It's about a frog. What the hell does that have to do with anything? But anyway, it's about a frog. So when you say you put a frog into a vessel and you fill it with water, as we know, the frog adjusts to the temperature. So the hotter that it gets, the frog adjusts. The temperature gets hotter and hotter, and the frog adjusts as necessary. However, soon the pot begins to boil. And when that pot begins to boil, the frog then says, whoa, it's too hot, let me get out of here. However, the frog is too weak at that point. And so he or she dies. So what does that have to do with anything? Or better yet, what killed the frog? So some of us may say the water killed the frog. But the issue is this. The frog, because he or she lacked the ability, the will, and the courage to jump as opposed to just sitting there, killed itself. So what I'm saying to you as entrepreneurs, as business owners, as leaders in your community, don't let the water dictate to you what you should do. You ensure, because you're armed, you're powerful, that you dictate, because you know the community, what we should do. And I don't say what you should do, I said what we should do, because no one's bigger than all of us. And as I said before, you may go to the table, but you go to the table with an agenda that benefits the masses as opposed to the chosen few. And so I'll leave you quickly with that and leave a couple minutes for questions. And Mr. Washington, Mr. Ben Washington, it's a story with Alvin Gonzalez. So anyway, I'll close with that and just say, if I have a couple minutes, I'll take any questions or, yes. Oh, okay. Is this one? Can you hear me on this? This is good? Oh, okay. I know, good. Honestly, earlier I was saying that I thought he was trying to hot mic me, so I was like, I'm gonna make sure I didn't say anything. And I know that Jesse Jackson got in trouble.
What was that website?
ThePADC.org. ThePADC.org. Just because she's standing up here, don't mean you can't ask questions. I'm not intimidated by the show. No, yes I am. That's what I'm saying in front of you. No, but thank you for your time and your opportunity to speak this morning. I'll be around. I'll hang around since I was late. No. All right. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, Carl Singleton. We appreciate those words. Can you guys hear me with this microphone here? No? I try to talk loud, okay? So we're going to get started with our next segment of the program, which is the certification third party. So all those in attendance, please come to the floor. Have a seat up here. Okay, so earlier we talked about how my colleagues and my employees, they talked to you about what we accept as far as those certifications that we verify in our office for diverse business. So what we had today, remember I talked about this is you guys' time to choose wherever you want. So here's an opportunity to hear what they offer. So I'm going to ask a few questions. I'm going to leave time for you to ask questions as well. But then first off, I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves and tell what organization you're from. And again, these entities are listed on our website, dgs.pa.gov. On our website, we list all the DGS approved certifying entities accepted by the Commonwealth. So next we'll start with Keela.
Good afternoon. My name is Keela Evans, and I am with PennDOT's Bureau of Equal Opportunity. I am the Disadvantaged Business, Small Business Enterprise Manager, Section Manager. That's it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brittany Rivera. I am the MBE Services and Certification Manager for the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council.
My name is Deb McLean. I'm here as the affiliate member for the National Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce.
Good afternoon. Toby Stanislaw, representing the Women's Business Enterprise Council, Central PA.
All right, thank you. So today I can tell you that we also accept USBLN, which is for disabled, and also VetDiz, but they were not able to be here today, and SB8A program, which is a gentleman over there. He probably could give us some information as well on the SB8A program. So I have the first question for you. I reached out to some of my staff who works with certification, and some of the questions they had is, how much does it cost to get certified with your particular entity?
With the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, the Pennsylvania Unified Certification Program, it is free. There is no cost, and there are 4 other certifying agencies under PennDOT that will certify you under the PAUCP program.
With the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council, their classes broken down into 4 classes. It's based off of the company's revenue, annual revenue. The lowest certification fee is $500. The highest is $1,250. But at the current moment, there is a deal going on for the first-time applicants who range in first class. First class meaning that your business is making annually $0 to $1 million. The fee will be $300.
Through the National Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, the certification cost is free. However, they do require that you have a membership within a local affiliate chamber. I am also here representing the Central Pennsylvania Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce, where you could join membership. The small business membership starts at $200, and that goes up to 10 employees. And having that ongoing annual membership allows you to have your certification first time and your renewals for free.
The Women's Business Enterprise Council has a sliding scale ranging from $350 to $1,000, and it's an annual registration.
Okay, thank you. One other question I have for you is, so often we hear, what are the benefits of certification through your particular entity?
Through PennDOT, you are access to federal dollars, because our program is a federally funded program that's tied to federal dollars. It exposes you to DBE primes, if you will, to the community and other program areas that can assist you with your business. I'm going to ask you one quick DBE problem. The DBE stands for Disadvantaged Business Enterprise. And everyone in our program is classified as a disadvantaged business enterprise. WBE, which is your Women Minority Enterprise. MBE, which is your Male Minority Business Enterprise. They're all classified as a disadvantaged business enterprise. And if you visited the PAUCP website, you would notice that no one has a designation. That WBE, MBE is just a designation. Everyone will be listed as a disadvantaged business enterprise, and that has been done to prevent barriers. If a contractor sees you as a DBE, then that's all they will know, that you're just a DBE. They won't want to just use you because you are a woman or a minority male.
So the benefits of our MBE certification, the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council is an affiliate of the National Development Council. So we have 23 regional councils across the country. Once certified, your certificate is recognized nationally. We also support and stimulate business growth by connecting you with our member corporations. We also have events throughout the year. We have an annual conference that we host. This past conference, we had matchmaking opportunities with our corporate members, gave you a one-on-one session, 10 to 15 minutes. If you were not able to get a one-on-one, you were able to have a corporate roundtable session, which smaller setting, 4 to 5 MBEs or qualifying minority businesses to sit down with a corporation. Maybe you wouldn't have the opportunity to have met on your own.
With the LGBT Business Enterprise certification, there are very similar to yours, where there are matchmaking sessions at the it's actually an international conference. There are actually LGBT chambers around the world, and it gives you access to the corporate partners and get those walk and talk sessions. They actually have a roll the dice session, which is kind of like a Shark Tank live at our international conference, which the LGBT Business Enterprise certificated businesses can go up on stage and do a live pitch. And sometimes while they're there, I've seen the dollars continue to raise from the corporate partners that are in the room that absolutely are enthralled and love what they hear from the business owners that are presenting. There are over 140 corporate partners with the NGLCC, and they are looking to do business. And I will say, I do believe in long-term collaborations. And with your certification, you have the opportunity to network and mingle with the other certified business enterprises. And if you can't do an entire contract, that's when you collaborate with one another, because there's different tiers. You'll have your prime, a tier 1, a tier 2, a tier 3 contract. And those are the ones that you want to partner with and say, hey, there's money to be made by all of us. I'm wearing green today intentionally because certification is about money. The only thing that you stand by not going through the work is loss of your own personal revenue dollars.
At WeBank, primarily in Pennsylvania, you get national recognition as well as local recognition as being a WBE. You have access to all the supplier diversity professionals that are members of our organization, and you're automatically put into WebLink. The other important piece to point out is that we have 1,200 certified WBEs in our region, and I apologize, I have a very bad cold. But we can document that last year they did $8 billion in spend with corporations and other WBEs within our region. And that's based off income tax returns, and also they employ over 40,000 people within our communities for economic growth and development.
Another quick question here. Often we hear from our diverse businesses, and with our program, if you heard us talk earlier, a small business for the Commonwealth is anyone under 100 employees, right? So what I want to know from you guys For your certification, do you guys consider size at all within your certification process?
We use the Small Business Administration size standard, business size standards, and we use the NAICS codes, which is
NAICS, okay.
your NAICS codes.
With our council, there is no requirement in
Size.
size. So you can be, I mean, I don't recommend, but you could start your business yesterday, and technically, if it meets the criteria of the NMSDC, which is 51% minority-owned, controlled, managed, and independent business, for-profit business, and the business owners are U.S. citizens, you technically qualify for certification.
The LGBT Business Enterprise Certification also requires that you be 51% or more LGBT owned. And there is a certification letter that they want somebody to certify. There is no size requirement at all. So a small business owner just starting up, typically they've been in business for a year before they will elect to start getting certified.
We're a little unique in that we are the third-party certifier for the Small Business Administration as well as for the state of Pennsylvania. And in the state of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, no, there are no size standards. But for federal, you do have certain size standards that we would have to code you under for a WOSI.
So the one thing I want to make sure you guys hear, sometimes some of vendors come to us and they may be already certified with one of our third parties, but you must meet our small criteria. So the steps Paula gave you, step 1 through 5, you must meet that criteria for to be in our particular program. Just a quick question for you too. How long is does your certification last? 1 year, 2 years?
Our certification is renewed on an annual basis.
Okay.
So yearly on your anniversary date, you will submit your business taxes. We do not collect your personal taxes. We just want to know what your business has generated for the past 3 years.
So it's a similar process with us. Your certification is renewed annually. Typically, it's the end of the month of whichever month you were certified. In addition to that, the fee would have to be also applied. What we do ask for are your most recent business tax returns and a signed affidavit. So it's not the extreme process of the initial application. It's much quicker, much faster. And actually, the initial process for certification turnaround time, once submitted, it's 35 typically to 45 days.
That was my next question. Oh, you need a question? Okay, I asked, once you get your certification, how long is it good within your?
It is an annual renewal process as well as your dues, and it is renewable at the time that you normally get your certification done from the first time around.
Just as the other said, it is an annual process. We ask that you start looking at it 90 days before your expiration date, because it's a 90-day window from the time we get a completed application to get you certified and reviewed.
I think I heard from all of you guys, somebody spoke, how long does it take once you receive a fully application with everything it needs? How long, again, can you tell how long does it take for your entity to get it?
She's 90.
90 days for Green Bay?
I know the NGLCC meets monthly for their certification panel, so as long as the paperwork is all in, they'll try to get it done within 30 days.
Ours is, it depends on you.
Right.
You fill out your US DOT certification application. Attached to that is your affidavit of certification. You also would need to fill out your personal net worth statement with that. Attached to that is a checklist that I recommend that everyone use, because your 90-day clock does not start until we have our office, the Bureau of Equal Opportunity, have a completed application. PennDOT has a bifurcated process, which is administratively reviewed in the Bureau of Equal Opportunity, and then it is sent off to our Office of Chief Counsel, where an on-site review is conducted. That on-site review will not take place until our office has deemed your application administratively complete. So with that, I recommend that you use the US DOT attached checklist and submit all requested information. If there is something on the application that does not apply to you, I always suggest that you submit a brief narrative explaining that. That way, we will not have to come back to you for a request for information that will hold up your 90-day process from it leaving our office and moving on to the Office of Chief Counsel.
So I can ask, follow up, what are some of the common mistakes that you could share that you see that might hold up some of the process with some of your other entities? I think Keela just explained the completeness would you say that's the same for all, or?
Yeah, I think across the board that would be the same issue. So when you go to the application, it's a bit overwhelming. Before joining the council, I was actually filling out an application for my previous employer. So it is a little bit overwhelming, but what I do recommend is before submitting your application, to call our office, either myself or my counterpart, Jan, who is our certification director, will definitely be able to help you and walk you through, like, this is that certain document that you need to upload in that application. But yeah, that will be what would be the holdup, is not getting documentation to us and just holding process up.
I know that the NGLCC has a personal commitment that they will hand walk anybody through the process. They want success. There are billions of dollars in contracts for people of all kind of diverse business segments, and they want to see everybody win. So they're willing to take the time to walk you through. It just takes the energy to pick up the phone and call and say, I need help.
And our certification staff reviews each file that's been uploaded, and if they see something incomplete, they may go back and just ask you to withdraw your application until you can get it straightened out. And it could be that your bylaws are inconsistent, or they already noticed that you're not going to meet the 51% ownership based on your bylaws. So they'll ask you to withdraw that and reapply when you've rectified the issue.
The 51% managed, owned, and operated is the same for all of you, correct? Yes. Okay. Now, I want to ask, is there any other questions in the audience or anything else you might have to recommend to our small, diverse business owners as far as the process?
Well, there is one thing that I wanted to address with the ladies' hostility earlier, or disagreement. You do not have to submit your UCP application online, meaning you do not have to request a user ID or password. We cannot require you to submit online. You can still submit a paper application with all your supporting documentation. I am not always available, but I can make myself available to sit down with you, as I have done before, to walk you through your documents, your supporting documents that you needed and what is required. Hold on.
Your first comment was that there's four certifying
agencies under the
you.
Pennsylvania.
And who are those for?
That would be SEPTA, Allegheny County, MBEWBE, the Port Authority of Allegheny County, and the City of Philadelphia.
So any one of those agencies you could also apply through?
Yes. When you submit your application to one agency under the UCP, you do not need to submit your application to any other agency under the UCP.
Okay. And that certification is good for doing business with the Commonwealth?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
I actually don't have, is it on? Okay. I actually don't have a question. My name is Valerie Cofield. I'm the president of the Eastern Minority Supplier Development Council. One of the things I want to just say to everyone is that certification is a tool, and I want to remind people that certification is a tool, and that in addition to getting certified, you should be a business that's ready, that has products, services, and solutions that are seeking to be purchased. One of the things we want to do is normalize you in the purchasing process. And so you don't want to be known as a certified business, you want to be known as a business that's certified, which means that you're normalized in the procurement process so that they don't only seek you out when because you're certified, but they're seeking you out because you're delivering something that they need. And that's what we want to make sure that our mindset is focused on.
I think the other thing
Thank you.
to keep focus of is that a certification is not a guarantee of contracts. You need to work that membership, and you need to be actively engaged in marketing yourself. So you have to have a good marketing plan prepared when you do seek certification. True.
One of the odd things you all might think with regards to the LGBT Business Enterprise Certification is that we do span all diverse segments, every race, creed, country, disability, ability. There are lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgendered human beings on all those segments. People actually fake being gay to get an LGBT Business Enterprise Certification because it means money. They can get contracts they've never gotten before. And, you know, I knew a friend who for 10 years was trying to get a Fannie Mae, Freddie Mae contract as a real estate agent, couldn't get one. Got an LGBT Business Enterprise Certification within 1 week, got a deal that has been $1 million round table change in this human being's life. So you have to be able to have an affidavit, somebody who knows you well, to say this person truly is, I know them and their partner, I know that this person is truly living an authentic life as an LGBT individual.
I think it's important to know that when you go through one of the agencies that has certification as part of the component, that you're going to have to go through a site visit. You're going to have to document and verify that what you put on paper is true and accurate in the real world. And that's something that sets us aside from some of the other organizations out there. And the other thing I want to stress is do not pay somebody to do your application for you. You have to prepare your documentation yourself as the business owner. And to turn it over to give it to somebody else to pay for it doesn't make sense.
So I mean, Valerie stressed her points, but something that I would recommend is getting involved in whatever council that you decide to, get certified through. So for example, we're a small nonprofit organization. There's about 8 of us between our 2 office locations, which is in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. But right off the bat, if you're familiar with me or if you're familiar with Jan, when our corporate members come and ask us for, hey, I need somebody in an IT staffing firm, if I'm familiar with you, you're probably going to be the top one on my list. And that's just something that I would recommend to everybody is just get involved with your council, make sure you know who's in your council, who's, your president, your CEOs, VPs, your certifications, managers, and MBE services. Just get involved.
It's like building relationships.
Yes. The PAUCP has a DBE supportive services that you can utilize that will help you market your business, provide web-based trainings. They will help you fill out your application and walk you through the application process of what you need to supply to our office. And there's other trainings that they have available, other tools and mechanisms that they have in place for you to utilize as well.
Okay, thank you. I think we have another question here.
Actually, more of a statement, and I just want to, what's your name? I'm sorry. Deb. So exactly what you announced just now in terms of LGBTQ was an issue, not to be anti, but just realistically. So I thank you for your honesty. As Black and brown people, when we go to the table, in which we wrote back to with the governor, we don't have a choice. We don't need an affidavit. We show up, we are who we are, right? There's no qualifying that. And so when we go out for this disparity study and have to prove that what? We're Black? No. That we're brown? No. We had an issue from the Diversity Coalition with lumping us all together. We still have that issue. And from our perspective, there needs to be a clear distinction between who's getting these contracts and these dollars. So we talked with Hopper and we talked with Richards, and we've been direct in saying we want to make sure that we have breakouts for Black people. We want to make sure we have breakouts for brown people. And we are not moving off of that point. Although it was for political expediency to get this legislation through, that they put in the veterans and they put in LGBTQ, while we recognize that and understand it, the bottom line is, as Black folks who has historically gotten the short end of the stick, the Diversity Coalition, as brown folks, as women, we're going to fight to make sure that there's a designated set aside for us, just like everyone else. Even the military looks and say, we have disabled veterans, yes. We also have minority disabled veterans. If they could do it, the great states of the United States of America, we should be able to do it too here in Pennsylvania. Hands down. But it also takes political courage on behalf of those that are in these elected offices. And so it works both ways. So you can advocate. No one is going to advocate for institutionalized racism or white supremacy, but it exists. And it's in the White House right now. And so from our perspective, what we're going to do and continue to do as the Diversity Coalition is to say we're unapologetically black, unapologetically for us, not to be anti anybody else, but we're pro us. The difference between, from our perspective, and any other group is that when you look at a gay, lesbian, whatever, a white, whatever group you want to name, Asian, whoever, you always have the ability to talk in terms of why it's good for us. We haven't been afforded that opportunity. When we look, we have a leader. And what do? They pick off those leaders. The difference between us and the black community and all the others that I just named is when they go to the table with the lead, we go with a leader, and he, she, or they sometimes sell us out. What they do is they go with an agenda. So until we start building an agenda, until we start going to that table and making sure that we don't leave until our agenda is followed through, and you have to be unapologetic. We have to make sure that we go to the table with a real agenda.
Thank you.
I'd like to say, thank you. I mean, everybody in this room is in here because they feel marginalized at some point in time, some perspective or spectrum of their lives, marginalized somewhere in the business population. Inclusiveness is what we're fighting for because it gives everybody a chance to come to the dance and run on an equal playing field. And I think that's an important message to know, that it is about inclusion, not just about diversity, and they come all together, so we can all support and help one another because it's really about embracing a culture of coming together so that everybody is a win. I believe in connecting the dots that connect the dollars, and it doesn't matter what phase of diverse business that you're in. Everybody can hold hands and help each other out and rise each other up because rising tides lift all boats. And so I am supportive of every diverse culture, but the whole thing, if we can all come to work as our whole true selves, we are going to bring our very best and brightest ideas, and we're not going to squash the creativity that comes through the diverse, cultures that we all bring to the table. We all bring something new and different. Some do, in the rising tides. I don't even own a kayak, so, and I live on the river.
Hey, well, we thank everyone. We thank you for your participation on our panel today, and we hope that it was information for you that you could take home and think about what entity you might be looking into to get certified. As you can see, that there is benefits for getting certified, and again, being ready, as Valerie Kofel said earlier. Thank you. So we're going to move on with our next program. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Hey, don't forget, these folks are going to be around, so if you have any personal questions or individual questions, just pull them to the side while you're here. We're going to go into our next panel, and this is going to be an interesting panel. It's about doing business with the City of York, the county, York County Economic Alliance, York College, WellSpan, and the School District of the City of York. So representatives from those agencies, can you come forward, please? No. Okay. what we're going to be doing, we're going to be talking about, and your questions should be geared towards how do you do business with these entities. We're going to start off by having each one of these individuals introduce themselves and talk about who they are and what they do at their respective organizations. This should be really good because I know Sully's going to be here representing the York County Economic Alliance. They're in the process of getting ready to rebuild the Yorktown Hotel. So for anybody who's interested in the Yorktown Hotel project and all that's going to be involved with that, she's the person that you need to ask questions for. The gentleman here that's going to be from WellSpan. A lot of people don't realize this, but WellSpan has one of the most aggressive minority business policies in the county. And a lot of people don't understand that 34% of their new education center out there was built by minority contractors. So if you guys wanted to have a conversation about that, you certainly need to do it now. The school district of the City of York, they also have a diversity policy there. I know I did some diversity work for the school district for a couple of years, and they also had an incredible record of doing just about 30% with diverse firms on their projects, on their capital improvement projects. So you have entities here who are open for business, and we're going to start off. Why don't we start off with you, Jonathan? Introduce yourself, talk about what you do, where you're from, and we'll pass it on down the line.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is this on? Can everybody hear me? Okay, my name is Jonathan Pumphrey. I'm the Vice President and Chief Supply Chain Officer for WellSpan Health. And as you know, WellSpan has 5 hospitals now. We've grown over the course of the last 4 or 5 years. I've been with WellSpan since 2011, so a little over 6 years. Can you hear me? Okay, there we go. Sure, absolutely. My name is Jonathan Pumphrey, and I'm the Vice President and Chief Supply Chain Officer for WellSpan Health. As you know, WellSpan Health has about 5 hospitals. We've grown over the last 6 years. We have hospitals in Lebanon County. We have them in, we have the Gettysburg Hospital. We now have the new hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital, just joined us a little over a year ago. WellSpan Rehab Hospital, York, and also Ephrata Hospital. It's been an interesting growth pattern for WellSpan along the years. However, with that growth comes many different challenges to ensure that we keep our community involved in our progress. And as you heard from the opening speaker, WellSpan does encourage the participation of minority and women-owned businesses in at every opportunity. So I'm glad to be here, and thank you for having me.
Good afternoon. My name is Sue Moyer. I am a principal on special assignment. I'm actually the federal programs coordinator. I've been in the school district. This is my 8th year.
Good afternoon, Ken Martin. I'm the Vice President for Campus Operations here at York College, so welcome again to York College. And you're sitting on our campus that entails about 190 acres, as well as 2 locations in downtown York. And so I serve as the owner representative for all major construction and renovation projects, as well as oversee operations, including the services and trades here on campus.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Sue Lee Pinos, and I'm with the York County Economic Alliance. The York County Economic Alliance is York County's Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development Corporation, and we pride ourselves in being the go-to resource for communities and businesses that are trying to start up and get the resources they need and the connections and build those relationships among the community to really help us all grow together. And I apologize, I was distracted by Buff's Butterfingers here. But I serve at the York County Economic Alliance as our manager of community outreach and multicultural and diversity affairs, and I oversee programs such as our Women's Business Center organization and some of our workforce and education initiatives, which I'll be sharing some more information with you all today.
And good morning, actually good afternoon. My name is Shovosky Buffalo. I have the privilege of serving as the Mayor's Interim Director of Economic and Community Development, and I'm one of 5 bureaus, 5 departments that represent the city operations overall.
Why don't we just get right to it? Everybody knows that we're getting ready to rebuild the Yorktown Hotel. Why don't we start with you, Sully, and why don't we talk about anyone out here who's interested in doing business with the Yorktown Hotel? When you talk about your process, your program, and what they need to do to get on your radar.
So you're all here, so that's step one. But no, I really, What we have been doing in the past couple of months since the Yorktown was purchased and brought under our affiliate with the York County Industrial Development Authority, we've been just currently putting out the bids for demo. Kinsley Construction is our construction manager, and we've been meeting internally. And part of our job at the Economic Alliance is to really be able to bridge the connection between the community and the projects that are taking place, because the project will take place in our community, and our community is strong in its diversity, and we want to make sure that everyone has an access and an option to be a part of that project. So one of the very first things that we worked on at the beginning of the year is we brought together a group of community leaders from different faith organizations, from nonprofits, from educational sectors. Some of you are in this room here today. And we wanted to ask you, what would you envision as a true inclusive project when it came to the Yorktown Hotel? And we received some great feedback. Some of you here, if you want to share some of your insight, I might punt to you or might look at you for some additional resources. But we really wanted to make sure that this project was as inclusive because, again, it's in our downtown. We're fortunate that we have educational institutions that are right across the street. York College's Community Center for Community Engagement is really right in front of the street. You can just toss a rock and you hit the window, but don't, because they just renovated it and had a ribbon cutting. But we want to be able to connect our career resources to our community, whether it's bringing in CareerLink. One of the conversations we're trying to have is how do we establish that pipeline to employment? Currently, the hotel is in the demolition phase, and it's scheduled to open within the next couple of years. But how do we ensure that when that hotel opens, that people have jobs available to them, that people in the community know that those jobs are available? So what exactly can we all do cohesively to share that community and that economic empowerment that Mr. Kirkland is talking about? So here today, I have some handouts over at the table to my right. Thank you for letting me share that table. But it's an information and a notice to bidders, which was just put out today. As I mentioned, Kinsley is our construction manager, but Kinsley is having 4 bidding contracts go out. So this is like hot off the presses. More information of that is available to my right, to the table to my right. And they're inviting any small businesses or small diverse businesses that are interested, whether in the selective demo, I'm just going to read the 4 because I'm not very familiar with those: bulk demolition, mechanical demolition, and electrical demolition. If you are interested or know of someone that might be interested, please help us share that information. We're having a meeting in the hotel, which is located at 48 East Market Street, across the street from the Center for Community Engagement, where you're not throwing rocks out the window. And that meeting will take place at 2 o'clock for you to come in and really have an opportunity to engage with the construction manager, see what the program is, or see what your options to bid really are. And if it doesn't work for you at this point of time, because maybe you're not certified at the level that you would like to be, being here today gets you those resources. And at the Economic Alliance, we also help you connect to those resources. I know after we're done speaking, Community First Fund is going to come in and speak of what the access to capital. And we work very closely with them and organizations such as SCORE and SBDC to make sure that we can really empower all of our businesses, small, large scale, or whatnot. But I have that information right there to the table to my right if anyone is interested in bidding or learning about the bidding process, if you needed such a recap from the presentation this morning. And we're also trying to work and use the Yorktown Hotel project as an opportunity for us to work in smaller groups. Jim Meal and I were joking, or were chatting during one of the presentations, where a lot of this might sound intimidating. I myself had to read some of the categories that are listed for bidding. So how do we make sure that we can break it down or create those smaller working groups that everyone feels like they have an opportunity, or that everyone feels that they had an opportunity to understand what's being put in front of them to really help them grow? So that's a little bit of what we're working on with the Yorktown Hotel. I'm happy to discuss more of that privately. Again, the information and notice to bidders is to the table to my right. I have my cards. I'm happy to give more information on that as well.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me with this device here? No? Hello? I think what we'll do, why don't we go to your college next? I know your college is growing and expanding. You guys got some wonderful structures here. I want you to try to share with us how we can get involved in some of that procurement, some of that construction here. What's the process?
Sure. We just completed, or are completing, a campus map and enhancement plan, which really tries to look at our campus over the next 20, 25 years as to how we want to grow and where we want to have various facilities, et cetera. And I think that'll give us a map, especially for capital projects. Currently, we're renovating a building on West Spring-Spray Avenue for the Jewish Student Life Center. That has not gone out yet for bid for subcontracts. We're just launching the renovation of Doucette Building on the corner of Grantley Road and Kings Mill Road for civil engineering. But then beyond that, we have plans to develop and renovate and develop new student housing, as well as over time a student center. But don't wait for just the big projects. We have renovations and we're always doing something around campus. And I'd like to suggest that if you're interested in doing business with the college, be satisfied or be interested in the small projects so that you can become familiar with me and with other college personnel and really test your services or your goods to develop that relationship. Unlike many of my colleagues on this panel, we are not a governmental agency. We are a private college, so that we follow or can follow different procurement standards than other organizations. So when we contract with a minority or diverse business, we're not doing it because we have to, we're doing it because we want to. And I would really invite you to become familiar with us at York College. If it's anything in facilities or construction, see me. I have cards and I can be made available. And even if you're not sure of what we're doing, stop by and chat. It would be good if you would have an appointment or set up a phone call beforehand or send me an email. But I'd really like to stress, at least from our business standpoint, relationships are really what drives the bus. And if we know you face to face and you can call me Ken, and I understand your business and your capability and what you want to achieve, and we mutually agree that you have a good or a service or something that can help us, bring it on. I can guarantee you, you will have an opportunity. I have to be on my bully pulpit. The one thing I really, really, really detest are folks that stop by my office and cold call and think, my gosh, I'm here, you owe me an audience. No. Set it up appropriately and send me an email, some material, whatever, but I will guarantee you, if you introduce yourself that way, I will take the time to interact with you. And it doesn't have to be, you don't have to be a mason and build a building or a steelworker. You can be a custodial service, you can supply paper, you can have a service that installs technology. It can be a whole gamut of services because we need them.
Thank you. You know, actually, I'm going to go to York City School District next because, you know, actually, York City School District had one of my favorite projects going on here in New York. When you guys was doing your capital campaign, a lot of people don't realize they did over 30% participation in these schools that they were redoing here. In fact, this true story. You know, I live right across the street from McKinley School. There were so many minority kids working in McKinley School, someone called the cops, thought they broke in. I mean, it was remarkable what you guys have done there. Not just with McKinley School, but with Jackson School, with Phineas Davis, and Ferguson School as well. We did all those schools. You guys did a remarkable job with that. When we talk about how these guys can get involved with capital campaign up at William Penn Senior High School.
One of the biggest things that you can do is actually contact our business manager, Richard Snodgrass. That's kind of more his avenue. We are working on the William Penn. We're working on the STEAM Academy up on the old Smith Middle School building. I think we're doing a little bit of work in Good and Devers are the 4 schools that we're currently working on, and trying to bring them up to code, bring them up to speed as we anticipate the closure of a local charter school within the next couple years. So we are definitely going to need to be expanding. I know the business manager puts out formal bids, and he usually is the one that contracts that. When we're talking about federal programs, There is a request for proposal. We just worked through that with Martin Library was the successful bid winner, but we work through the procurement process. We do the RFPs. We have the diversity plan that we follow. So there are multiple different layers depending on what you want to get involved with and who you need to speak to.
Once again, don't forget, York City School District, they have a policy, they have a tremendous policy. And in fact, why don't we just keep the ball rolling and pass it right down to the gentleman from WellSpan. I mentioned earlier today, I know you guys didn't hear me, but the new education center out at the new nursing school out at WellSpan, 34% was built by minority contractors. They have one of the strongest policies in the central Pennsylvania region. I don't know what you guys got on your forecast or what's coming down the pike. Maybe you could share that with us.
Okay, well, again, thanks for having me. I want to make sure that you understand that WellSpan Health tries its very best to give equal opportunities to all participating suppliers in the region. But I'm going to be quite frank with you, I understand the difficulty sometimes in competing with the larger groups. So we have a program in place where, first of all, there are two of us who primarily are in control of the acquisitions. One is Mr. Craig Long, who is our Vice President for Facilities, and he would handle many of the things that you heard talked about earlier today under the construction world. Under my side of the fence, I have all of the healthcare acquisitions from medical surgical supplies to the services related to those. For example, we have all of what is known as purchase services across the entire region, the central Pennsylvania region here. Under purchase services, we just recently launched a contract with Quathall, who does all of the environmental services of cleaning of the buildings. And they employ many different people. They have a very large percentage of minorities working for them. Also, we have, in our capital world, we have many different projects that tie to both the facilities construction projects as well as the acquisition of any of the equipment that it takes to run any one of those agencies. For example, one of our larger projects last year was the whole implementation of tomography in radiology. And for the women in the room, I'm sure you all are aware of that. The traditional methodologies for breast examination, you talk to the average woman, quite painful. We embraced tomography, and we had to purchase all new tomographic units, which now are located in every one of our regions. And I will tell you, it's a very positive thing for everyone. But getting back to acquisition and how do you get to us? First of all, in the supply chain world, you can contact my department. We have several contract administrators who are ready to receive any of your calls relative to the commodities that you offer. We in turn have an RFP process that includes minority participation in that as well. But I'm not going to just let it stop at paperwork, because I'm telling you, I've dealt with the minority business, women-owned business scenario before, and I know it's difficult. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that the door is going to be open, you're going to walk in and you're going to get a contract. But it's my responsibility to make sure the doggone door is open. So at WellSpan, I'm going to tell you that from my office, you can get in through me. For example, you can contact me on my line. My executive assistant will get you through to us. And if you have a commodity or a service that WellSpan can take a look at, we will absolutely try to make that happen. But let me just talk about that for just a second. We want to make sure you're competitive. Oftentimes, minority businesses don't operate on the same margins as other businesses. We recognize that. But it's our responsibility to make sure that we understand that marketplace in a way that you can plug into it. I'm here to help you plug into that. But I'm also here to tell you no when no is the appropriate answer, and yes when it's the appropriate answer as well. We will never set you up to fail, because that is the most, I've seen it happen before. I worked in the Maryland area, and we had a floodgate down there of participants. And the first thing that they thought was, well, the more the merrier. That's not the case. Value is a strong proposition that we're looking for in WellSpan Health, and value comes from your quality as well as the best pricing structure that we can absolutely achieve. Healthcare is going through a major, major change these days. I'm sure you all are hearing what's coming out of DC or what's not coming out of DC. And as a result of that, we have to be very careful about our bottom line pricing. So our bottom line pricing involves you. So if you can help us to curb those costs, we in turn need you. It's not a case of wanting you, we absolutely need you. I'm trying to think of some other areas that we have. Like I said, we have purchase services, we have capital, we have the healthcare medical surgical world as well. And let me tell you a little bit about that. Under our medical surgical offering, we have now recently joined with a group purchasing organization known as Health Trust. Health Trust is one of the largest providers of medical surgical contracts across the country, and they have a minority business portfolio within Health Trust. So if any of you are interested in expanding your horizons outside of the Pennsylvania area, we have contacts to help you to do that as well. I think that's about all I had.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Shabosky, tell us how we can navigate the world of the city in terms of doing business with the city of York.
It's a rather broad question, but I'll try to narrow the focus on the lens a little bit. Specifically when it relates to city purchasing, there are several channels and several sources of funds that we pretty much have to opt by the rules in terms of it being able to take offers and or solicit requests for proposals from different individuals. The biggest component, each department on an annual basis prepares its budget. They typically start in June and anticipate any capital projects that they may have for the following fiscal year. And in the course of that, they have some options in doing so. You've met the folks at the CoStars table. The city avails itself of the CoStars program periodically, but once in a while they will put out a request for proposals depending on what the project may be. And in doing so, they're looking for, as many of my other colleagues have noted, the lowest, most responsible bidder to get a project done. In terms of pipeline projects, I would be a little bit out of my bailiwick trying to speak for what goes through business administration in terms of that overall $98 million budget that goes through it. But I will speak discreetly on what I have in my immediate control. In my department, specifically in economic and community development, we oversee what's called the redevelopment authority. And in that course, we have what's called a HUD entitlement process, where we do slum and blight removal, remediation of blighted properties throughout the city, as well as lawn care and maintenance. Now, granted, they're not on the same order of magnitude of other folks here in terms of dollar amounts, but they still provide opportunity in terms of those folks that have either small companies and or provide a service locally that we could potentially benefit from. So I'll give you an example. This past fall, I put out a solicitation for 4 demolition contracts within the city of York itself. These are projects that are specifically in the neighborhoods throughout the city and have an impact in terms of what they mean once all the problems are pretty much abated and addressed. And to be competitive and submit those proposals, it's fairly open-ended. The first thing is I just need you to show up. I mean, it might seem like it's an oversimplification, but more likely than not, when you start with the mandatory pre-bid, it can actually show up and get the information. It makes it easier for me to be able to actually tap into the goods and services that you all have and provide. Now, the obligation I have is to make sure that I get that information out to you all as comprehensively and as broadly as I can. And over the years that I've been in this position, I've tried to actually cultivate as many relationships I can with local vendors to try to give them notification that a bid's going to hit the street well in advance of when we actually know that that number is going to be out there or that proposal is going to be out there. So after showing up, the obligation for you is then to try to give us the best possible price that we can get. By virtue of the funds that I have to be fully and completely transparent in terms of the opening process, how they're actually awarded, and even we've made some concessions in some instances to work with folks to try to give them the competitive opportunity locally to give them the best chance of actually getting that project so that they can deliver the work that we need at the municipal level. But specifically as it relates to my area, I don't have enough players in the pool, so to speak. I need more people, I need more vendors, we need more capacity locally across a host of spectrums to be able to provide services. I'm not in the housing rehab business. We do mostly land acquisition, but in some instances when we do have projects that show up, I try to cultivate again those relationships, that network that we have to give those folks that are getting these grants through us as a conduit, or those folks that are getting awards from the city in and of itself from other HUD funds, to give you the best opportunity to get access to those projects to give them numbers and be competitive.
Thank you. Now, right here, you have representatives from all the top agencies in the city of York. From WellSpan Health, probably is our largest employer, the school district, the college here, the city of York. And this is just absolutely off the chain. Right now, you guys got all these folks at one time. What you need to do is think about what questions you want to ask and get those questions answered, and let's talk about doing some business in the city of York. Yes, Sully.
I do also have. Okay. So I did have another point that I wanted to make, and sort of like a takeaway or something that we've also been trying to do, part of the Yorktown project. The York County Planning Commission here in the County of York, they have a list of the local MBEs, WBEs, LBEs across the county. And I will tell you that that list only has 24 businesses that make up that list. There are more than 24 people in this room. So one like small win, small takeaway that we can all do, that we're happy to do at YCEA is help us help you. Help us get the information from the city, from the companies that do the businesses with small business or small diverse business, but help us build that list so that it's more than 24, because our county is very talented and we have the resources to get work projects done in the area. So that's one small ask and takeaway that I will leave with the room is help us build that list to more than 24, because I know that there are more than 24 MBEs, WBEs, LBEs here in York County alone.
Questions and answers. We're going to start with this gentleman right here, come across the room.
Are any of you guys doing anything in the way of workforce development? Like training low-income people to be able to walk into jobs that you guys might have, or in any particular?
I'm not aware that we have anything specifically right here in our curriculum, but I'm going to punt to Sully on it.
Well, I will say one thing for York City School District. When they did their $100 million capital improvement campaign, one of the things we did, the first thing we did, we went and got some young fellas off the street and we put them in a training program, workforce development program. It was called Boots on the Ground. It was the program that we actually ran through the Community Progress Council. We not only did we train them, but we provided them with the tool belts and some of the basic tools to get them started. And that's precisely the program I indicated to you, that we had so many young African Americans working on the project, particularly over McKinley School. Someone called the cops, thought that they were in there illegally. But yes, I do know that the York City School District, and they can expound on that. Christmas addicts. Well, anybody else can respond to that workforce development question as well.
That was, so thank you very much for that question. Obviously, workforce development, we're only, like I said, our county is full of talented people. So how do we make sure that they have the access to learn and to get the trainings that they need to succeed and provide that financial empowerment to their families and their communities? But at YCA, we work with so many community organizations like CA, like the school district, like your college, to figure out ways that we can connect those that are looking for jobs, those, whether you, like you said, low income, if there's a particular field, then how do we find a way to connect them to a more non-traditional path, whether it's getting them connected to HACC or finding out about apprenticeship programs that exist, or again, using the Yorktown as an example, we're trying to prepare for whenever it opens, and we need hospitality employees. York College here next to me, right across the street again, from the Yorktown, they have a hospitality management program. So those college students there are having a very hands-on experience and interaction with the county and businesses and suppliers to be able to learn what it takes so that when they graduate, they have that opportunity there. We're also working with our Career Link here in the county to make sure that we have the access to those training dollars, whether it's someone that might be a veteran or might be a disadvantaged employee, as Career Link would label. There's on-the-job training dollars that exist for you, for an employer to hire you, and they pay for that training for you to learn for that field. So there are different opportunities. It just, like when you said workforce development, my reaction was, well, what exactly do you mean in workforce, or is there a specific area? Because that's what we do at YCEA. We can help you tailor or help connect you, if it's your employer specifically, to the population or vice versa, or at the very, very least, we can talk and figure out what's one small approach that we can take.
My background is in technology, website design, website security, search engine optimization, and search engine optimization and website design. I'm sorry. So I have a curriculum developed already that I really want to roll out and be able to teach younger people, 16 to 24, and adults to be able to use those skills to be able to obtain employment on an entry level, and if they're willing to actually commit on an intermediate to professional level, and helping them get a Google certification. So, yeah.
So I'm going to be giving you my card as soon as I'm off this chair, as I'm sure many people are, because what you just said is another key takeaway we want to leave with the group is help us help those that are coming ahead of us, the next generation. Let's make sure that our youth, they're so talented. Let's make sure they have the tools that they need. I didn't understand a lot of the words you just spewed out. I understood Google and that you want to work with youth that are 16 to 24 and give them an opportunity. And for that, I thank you. Because not a lot of folks want to do that or may not know where to connect them to. So I know here in the room, I'm going to pass it over to the city school district because I'm sure that there's a lot of ideas there. But I will follow up with you and figure out how can we make sure that this stays in our community and that the youth in our community have that access. And I know CA is in that back corner and they have an amazing youth employment program. So again, the connections are here in this room, and at YCA, we really pride ourselves on those connections and relationships. So. That might be the York County Community Foundation, but we're the York County Economic Alliance. And again, we work with the York County Community Foundation and many other organizations here to really help those that have the tools and have the knowledge and connect them to those that may not. And how do we bridge that? So I'm going to pass it to the school district now.
Are you responding to workforce development? Is that what this is? Okay.
So over the next, I think, 5 years approximately, we are actually going to create community academies in the high school. So right now we have our first academy, which is the Performing Arts Academy. And we partner with, it was the Strand, I think it's the Appel Center. We partner with them to provide the teachers for that particular academy. Moving forward, we are moving forward to creating other academies, and I'm looking around the room thinking I need some business cards because we need to know who we can connect to partner to help our students find that track that they're interested in, if it's not the traditional collegiate route. So when I'm sure that as we move forward, we'll be reaching out to you, to the experts in the room, as I'm going to prefer you to as the experts in the room, because I don't know anything about what that man just said. So we need you to help us get our students prepared, and then maybe eventually work as one of your employees. So that's just in the next few years, we are developing these academies, and we will be looking towards the experts in the room.
So at WellSpan Health, we periodically have internships, particularly those related to the college and to the high schools. We have brought many of the younger kids in and helped them to either in a paid scenario or an unpaid scenario, but they get on-the-job training. They work in our various areas within each one of the hospitals, from the supply chain, from laundry, from nursing, radiology. They become techs. They learn some skills, and not necessarily are these things that they were pointing themselves towards, but it absolutely shapes them sometimes. So we do have those types of internships available to young people who are interested in working. So if you know of people who are looking to just get their foot in the door, the internship program at WellSpan is a good way to do that.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next question over here.
Yes, my name is James Lincoln. I'm from Z-Wild Vegan. We provide a unique service and a product as well. We're trying to find out how will we be able to get our products or our services spread in Pennsylvania area through WellSpan and as well as York College. So we're actually, like the product right now we're into, we have a lot of vegan products. We're trying to implement those into the society now.
Did you say vegan?
Yes.
I would encourage you to sit down and grab one of these guys as soon as they get off this panel, and talk to them how you can work your products and services into their organization. Okay?
Give me your card and I can at least get you into one food service to introduce yourself.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd also follow up, we have here in York County, we have SCORE, which is a small business agency. It's full of mentors that have had their businesses across the county, and they work with startups or businesses that are just starting and are trying to figure out how to get into those networks or venues. So I'm happy to give you that information as well. And I apologize, I'm leaning forward because the computer monitor is blocking you, and I'm only able to see Henry Nixon. So I have to look past that right now. But yes, I'm happy to give you that information as well and see how we can help you out.
I was also informed that Co-Stars also have a food service contract. You definitely want to stop at this table and talk to this young lady right here. We have another question over here.
My name is Moto, Tiango Moto. All of you have some real good information, and I think I'm going to get business from all of you. Starting with the lady, York County Economic Alliance. You're talking about demolitions and stuff like that. I do electrical, and I like demolitions because I don't spend money, a lot of money. It's just the labor. So I'm interested, and I heard you say there's a meeting at 2 p.m. When? When is that going to be? Today?
2 p.m. this Thursday. I will give you, there are some over here, but I'm happy to give this one to you if you would like.
Is that a mandatory meeting? Somebody has to be there, or?
It's not a mandatory meeting, but as Shabowski mentioned earlier, it helps them know who exactly might be applying.
Right.
So it also benefits you to ask the questions that I may not be able to answer because I can only say that it's demolition. I can't get into the nitty-gritty of what it is.
Okay, I'm gonna need that paperwork. I'll be there. School District of York. You're talking about Davis and Good Elementary. I'm the electrical contractor for those two. I did the electrical work over there. It's not done yet. It's almost done. I work with Dick. I work with Chuck. I work with them guys. So all of the rest of you, I can do it.
Great.
I can do it. So,
And I also need your information because the city of York is amazing, and those that can't be here, they put it out. They're sharing it on their social media, and someone asked for your information. So
right.
When we exchange cards, I'm going to give it to the person that wrote on the Facebook page that they wanted.
So as far as Davis and Good is concerned, the last payment is pending. So I'm saying this so the rest of these guys know that I can do it. The college, you're talking about renovation jobs coming up. You say this, you have things coming up. You talked about 2 buildings. I would like to see you about that. I'm interested in that too. It seems like I'll be busy. Somebody want to work for me here?
I think he's hiring.
And I'm going to start hiring right now. The city, gentleman from the city, I also want to see you because I want to sign up. And for all of you, in the process of working, I've met companies and people, they say, contracts up to $25,000, we don't bid them out. They're too small. They don't need to advertise them for bid. All they do is they go on the database and they say, can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? Can we sign up? Can we all sign up? Whoever can do those things, sign up for some of those no bid contracts. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. If you have that kind of situation whereby some of the small contracts, they don't need to go out on bid. You just go on the computer and say, can you do this? Can you do that? Let us sign up for that, regardless of whatever it is. So we would like to sign up for that. I'll sign up for that. So every time you have anything less than 25,000, give me a call, and give me 20 of those a year. So I'll be good. Now my final question was regarding. I forgot. I'll ask it. I forget.
Thank you. Hey, we have 2. I know Jared has a question here, Mike, and we have one back in the corner.
How you doing today? My name is Jared Smith. I'm the owner of JNS Enterprises. I'm a demolition contractor here in New York City. I've worked with the school district as well as hospitals and different entities here. But I have a question for the York Economic Alliance, I believe, and as well as the college. Are there any minority inclusion policies on any of the projects that you put? Like I know you awarded Kinsley. Is there a policy in place for them on how they're to proceed on that?
Yeah, so they were actually selected because they had a whole addendum and appendix on their inclusion services and what they envision to make sure that everyone has access.
And my next question, is there an officer or somebody assigned to that project to hold them accountable before and during that project?
The IDA, which is our affiliate under YCEA. So before, when I was spewing off information, the group that I was talking about that we put together, that it's full of community members, from faith leaders to nonprofits, CA, that's the whole point of our council. So as we're reaching out to the construction manager, we're telling them, this is what we see. And Mr. Kirkland, you can chime in. I mean, you've been a part of some of those meetings where we're saying we're going to be the ones that hold these groups accountable.
But what I would like to know, like I said, I was involved in the York City project that he was speaking about for Jackson Elementary School, as well as the Boots on the Ground Initiative program. And I know the York City School District has a policy because Mr. Kirkland was the officer on that project. And during those projects, I believe that's why it was so successful, because I've worked for every major general contractor here in New York, from Lobar to ECI to Wolsom to Wickersham to everybody. And if they're not held accountable, they do as they please and what they want. And from the bidding process, you get lost. And then they say, well, we solicited, because that's a term that they like to use. You're only required to solicit.
No, absolutely.
Now, what I'm saying is if you do not have them, and during that project, you have to have an officer. Same thing with payments, and to make sure you're dealt with fairly throughout the whole project. And I feel that if you don't have these on your project, it won't happen. Like I said, they'll solicit, but it won't go any further.
No, and I can assure you we do have that. And as we're still starting and meeting, I was filling in some of the members that have been a part of that committee that, we're sending out more information to them this week. But yes, we do have someone, and we have a group as well that's making sure that everyone is held accountable.
I can say two things regarding the policy. I was lucky enough to help write WellSpan's policy. I mentioned that they have one of the most aggressive policies. I was also involved with the drafting of the York City School District policy, which they have, and York County Economic Alliance. Actually, we put their policies together. They just adopted a policy specifically for the Yorktown Hotel project. And anyone who's interested in that project need to make sure they hook up with York County Economic Alliance, get a copy of the policy, look at what the opportunities are, and aggressively seek out those opportunities. She mentioned Thursday at 2 o'clock.
Thursday, 2 o'clock at the Yorktown 48 East Market Street. There are more handouts to the table to my right, as well as some handouts for, sorry.
I know we had one more question. Okay. Another question up here.
Thank you. My name is Kim Elliott. I do technology, digital media, and social media, and also some STEM teaching for the children. I wanted to know, what is the scope of projects? A lot of times when we talk about diversity and inclusion for minority businesses, it includes contractors for physical labor. What is the scope and nature of projects for skilled labor and professional services? Like, what is the magnitude of opportunities that are available for that?
Well, two things. I'm going to say something. I'm going to turn it over to these guys. But, these guys are in the business of buying everything from paper clips to rubber bands. And they build everything from buildings. Anything has to do with building and furnishing and any professional services regarding design, legal. Almost everything is on the table with the project that these guys are talking about. Very few things are left off. I mean, so it's something that you're going to have to figure out. I don't know what services you provide, but I think between the five of these people here, I don't think there's a business line out there that they're not going to deal with. But I'll let them respond individually.
I mentioned earlier that we have purchase services, and under purchase services, that would encompass a lot of our IT involvement. So to your point about what is the scope, and I like the way Mr. Franklin said, that's soup to nuts for us. So I would ask you to define your parameters, and then we will tell you what our scope is, because we could probably fit you into many different opportunities there. However, ours are episodic in nature. We can have something today, we can get it addressed, and it's quickly closed. So what we need to do is to make sure that we approach you at the earlier stages of what we're doing. I'm happy to help you get involved with the folks involved in our IT department, and they can further describe for you some of the details that I think you're looking for around scope. But I would say, tell me your scope, and we'll plug you in.
Any other questions?
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle. First of all, I wanted to thank all the speakers. Please, can we all put a round of it? Give them a hand for all the work they've done so far. So to my question, I'm a financial advisor. I work with individuals and small businesses to accomplish their financial goals. Based on all the resources you've shared today, I was wondering whether you had any suggestions of how we could put all these resources in a pool so that post this event, a lot of the businesses here can access those resources. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question again, please?
Yeah, I was wondering whether there was a way after this event, a lot of the businesses and prospective business owners here will be able to access some of the resources you shared with us today.
Sure. I mean, I think I mentioned this earlier. Please help us to help you. I know the county has a list of 24 minority-owned businesses across the county. There are more than 24 people in this room right now. So please help us build that list. I'm sure we can all share our information with the city and all of the partnering organizations for today's event, whether it's our business cards or making sure that maybe that list is where we can start from and have someone host it. It's currently on the county website page, but making sure that everyone in this room knows that that list exists and knows where to find it so that we can really build on it and really provide that pool of information for everyone in the room here.
I think I'd like to just challenge you as well, though, to come back to us and tell us what your skill set or product or what you do. As our colleague from WellSpan said, we do so much that we can almost plug you into any operational or special project, but I think it would probably be good for you as business people to tell us what you can do for us, and we'll help together plug that in, because otherwise, there's not that personal contact, which I'm a strong believer in.
And I have one more plug. And to Ken's point, if we don't do anything, the information only stays in this room, and then no one really learns. But for those businesses here that you're hiring and you're looking for that talented and that skilled workforce, let us know. Every 2 weeks, I put together a list of county jobs that are available of all different companies, and it's broken up by industry. And we share that on our social media. We share that in our emails. You don't have to be a member of York County Economic Alliance to have access to that, because that's online and on our website. So again, help us help you. Let us know what you want to see from us or what information you want to have access to. Because we all, in this panel alone, we can connect you to whatever resource or whatever knowledge you're trying to get. So please let us know.
I just want to ask you a question. I don't know that we've answered your question. We may have. But can you further define financial pooling and what you mean by financial pooling? No. In terms of the question you ask of us about pooling financially, I just want to make sure I understand where you were going with it. All services. Pooling of the services. Okay. Gotcha. Well, for WellSpan, just so that you know, there's an electronic website that you can go on that will get you access to us. We also have 2 programs known as RepTrax and VendorMate. In there, you can plug in all of the information about yourselves, and then we can see it electronically so that when we have a need, we can contact you almost immediately. But I want to then back away from your concept a little bit and challenge you. You're in a very competitive world. And when you compete, you're not only competing with the larger organizations, you're competing amongst yourselves. So the idea of you pooling may be a very good thing in one sense, and it may be very competitive and challenging in another. So I would challenge you to think about that a little bit.
I want to make sure everybody knows, anybody who's want to do any business with any of these gentlemen up here or these ladies up here, please pull them to the side when they get off this podium today. I mean, they said some good stuff, and it's no excuse why we can't do any business in some of these entities. Let's just make sure that we contact them and let's follow up. But before we do anything, why don't we give them a nice round of applause? Actually, excuse me?
Since we're on my turf, can I have a plug here? I don't know if any of you are in the human resources, jobs, staffing business, but if any of you are in that business and/or know people who are looking for jobs, especially part-time, York College is hiring. We really need people in various trades and services here on campus. So, if you have sons or daughters, you want to have a second job or whatever, come see us.
Once again, let's give them a nice round of applause. Thank you, folks. We have a real good, we're going to transition right into a key workshop here, key panel, and that's about where the money is and how to get the money. Access to capital. Those from the Small Business Administration, the Community First Fund, and the Minority Business Development Authority. Can you come forward, please? We have the SBA. Are they still here?
I'm here. I didn't go anywhere.
Fantastic. Good. How are you?
Nice to see you. Thank you. As well. Doing very well. Thank you.
And I think we have Community First Fund. Is Jill here? Community First Fund.
Trying to. She's coming.
Okay, that's good. Good stuff.
We have about 3 minutes. We're going to start, folks.
Okay.
Are you, can we stand up and do it right now? Is this one different than last? Or are you actually like?
It's just a panel discussion, right?
Yep. Video or I didn't know what this.
Yeah, that's what the showing in terms of this panel. I didn't have anything prepared.
I didn't bring any.
About the program, how to access it.
Hey, folks, we're going to begin in 3 minutes.
We're not offering contracting opportunities. That's what it is.
But they forgot that you need money to do the contract.
The best and worst day of your life is you get like a multi-million-dollar contract.
I mean, you need money.
Right? You gotta hire people, equipment, vehicles.
I've been here all day and it's I went in over the weekend. And I had the whole this week, 10 minutes. I'm finding out that's you're seeing right now.
I'm just showing off next. See there, sir. Yes, sir.
And actually, they found something up there. Because I haven't, I know, I'm very proud, very proud. So like now I'm ready to speak and I'm like winging out now. You might start preaching next year somewhere. Hello, how are you, Ken?
Stan Schroeder. Yes, I told him Blackwell. Just call me. Just call me. This is unbelievable because Stan, you know the Mayor's Commission, the African and Caribbean Business Council.
That's what he talked about.
So, now it's Solomon was in Atlanta, Georgia, but now everybody's in Florida.
Or you do something great.
You're down in King Prussia, right? You live down the way? Okay, my sister teaches well, she's at Princeton down elementary. You're at the deployment you were calling it, I Well, I'm glad you could join us on the 8th, November 8th at HAC. Thank you. Yeah, last I heard we have 32. You can talk about whatever you want. You're 20 minutes. I'm the one that put it together, so, but I didn't have a marketing department in the company, so I reached out to Kenyatta. And I say breakfast table. I mean, I heard this was done 3 years ago. The banker said, "Oh my gosh, it will really help." I learned so much. And I said, "Really? That's great." I said, "Because I didn't even know about it. I went here in New York 3 years ago." And I said, "Okay, I'll put it together." And then I just called.
Okay, folks, we're going to start. We're going to start the next panel.
Well,
If everybody can find their seats. If everybody can find their seats, we appreciate it. Getting ready to start the next panel.
You cutting out, man? All right, I'll talk to you later on, all right?
Okay. Everybody knows access to capital is the deal, particularly as it impacts small, diverse businesses. Everybody understands the difficulty small SDBs have in terms of accessing capital. Today we have someone here from PMBDA, the Small Business Administration, and the Community First Fund. What I'd like to do is start with you, Jill, and have you introduce yourself and talk about your programs, products, and services, and we'll take it down. Then we'll get into a questions and answer after you complete your initial remarks.
Sure. Thank you very much, Carrie. My name's Jill Bollinger. I'm with Community First Fund. We are actually headquartered in Lancaster. We have satellite offices in York, Harrisburg, Allentown, and Reading, and I'm the community lender for York and Adams counties. So we are actually a CDFI, Community Development Financial Institution. Although we're not a bank or a credit union, we're actually a nonprofit loan fund. And we are mission driven. Our focus is working actually with people of color and women-owned businesses to provide access to capital to help you start and grow your businesses. I don't know how long I have to talk. I actually had a video to show, but I don't think that's appropriate now. But I will pass the mic along and go from there. I could talk for hours. Yes, we do loans. If you're looking for startup capital, of course, working capital, existing businesses. You can apply for loans for inventory, equipment, real estate. We're available. We're an alternative funding source. And I think we're the best kept secret in York County. So again, it's Community First Fund. I have brochures on your table that outline our different products, and the contact information is in there for the York office.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Kane. I serve as the Deputy Director of the U.S. Small Business Administration here in Eastern Pennsylvania. The SBA is a federal agency that is dedicated to helping entrepreneurs to start, grow, and expand their businesses. I'm very happy to be here today. We have a ton of different programs and services to help you with your business, regardless of the stage that you're in. I've had the opportunity to speak to many of you. I have a spot down on the other end of the table. If you haven't had an opportunity to pick up this is our Eastern Pennsylvania SBA resource guide. This outlines everything that we do. But in short, what we do is we provide programs and services focused in 3 key areas: counseling, capital, and contracting. Counseling is focused on providing free and low-cost management and technical assistance, so to help you work on things like your business plan, marketing plans, accounting, bookkeeping, things like that, all the way to services for an existing growing business that's looking to go international. I think in the next panel discussion, we'll have one of our partners that we provide funding for, the Small Business Development Center, that's based out of Shippensburg University as well. And that's one of our partner groups, the Small Business Development Center Network, SCORE, which you guys have heard about several times during the course of today, as well as the Women's Business Center program, that are all strategically located to give you access to education and information. And I think that's been a good theme today, is talking about access to education and information. I'm going to skip the second C because that's what I really want to talk about and why I'm on this panel today. But the last C, of course, is contracting, where we teach businesses how to do business with the federal government. So you've been hearing a lot about doing business with the state government, with local governments. What about doing business with the feds? And we can teach you how to do that. You've heard about some of our certification programs like the 8A or the Women-Owned Small Business Program. We also have something called the Hub Zone Program, which there are many areas within the city of York that are considered Hub Zone eligible, and we can talk about that. And we offer a class on the 4th Thursday of every month out at my office in King of Prussia. That is completely free of charge, where we teach you how to do business with the feds, so to find out what agencies buy what you sell, how much of it they buy, when they buy it, where they buy it, and then we talk about those certification programs, and I'd be happy to provide you with that kind of information. But why I'm here is money, right? Show me the money. That's the one thing I keep hearing all the time. And the first thing I will tell you, because the number one question I get everywhere I go within the 40 eastern counties of Pennsylvania, is, can I get a grant? Well, not from us. We don't offer grants. We only offer grant funding to our partners like the SBDC, SCORE, and Women's Business Centers, so that they can provide you with free counseling, free training, or low-cost training, and things like that. But what we do is we offer loans. And we don't offer any loans directly, at least not for traditional business purposes. We are actually the direct loan disaster banker for the United States government, which I sent several of my staff members to provide assistance to millions of folks that have been affected by the hurricanes that have come through recently. But what we do is we partner. We partner with banks. We partner with credit unions. We partner with community lenders like Community First Fund. Congratulations on being number 16 this fiscal year of all of our lenders. And what we do is we provide loan guarantees to these participating institutions. And what that does is it takes their risk and it reduces it substantially, and it allows them to make a loan to a business owner when they otherwise would not be able to, because the business is a startup. In other words, they haven't been in business for at least 6 months to 2 years. They don't have any collateral. Maybe they don't own a home, or they don't own substantial business assets, or maybe they're a seasonal business, things like that, where they need help to be able to give a yes to a business when they would otherwise give a no. And that's why our programs exist, is to be able to help you do that. I am very proud to announce we just finished fiscal year 17 on September 30. We had our biggest year ever with our loan programs here in Eastern Pennsylvania. We did $526 million just in Eastern Pennsylvania with our loan programs. Okay, biggest year in history. We work with over 100 different lending institutions. They're all in the back of this guide. That's just here in Eastern Pennsylvania. All right, so very, very happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kathy Onyaka. I am the Executive Director of the Pennsylvania Minority Business Development Authority. We are located at DC, the Department of Community and Economic Development. Our loan is strictly designed for minority businesses. Minorities are defined as African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanics, including Latinos, Native Americans, Eskimos, and Alawite. Before I continue, this CED table is over there. You can find some of our marketing information with a young lady over there. Our marketing information looks somewhat like it. Our loan program here can be used to finance basically everything. The only thing that we do not finance is restaurants. Restaurants, because there's a lot of risk involved, we do not finance restaurants. Eligible cost can be a land and building cost. You can use it for machinery and equipment, and you can also use it for working capital. Land and building costs can be new constructions, renovations. Also, you can use it for engineering costs or any other thing that has to do with your with the construction of your building. But the type of building that we actually finance is what we call owner-occupied building. We do not give loan for you to construct a building and then rent it out to someone, because we do not engage in any type of risky or real estate speculation projects. Machinery and equipment, you can use it to get machinery and equipment, including acquisition also, and including installments. Working capital is anything that you can finance doing your business, including operating costs and or whatnot. Repayment term for machinery for land and buildings for 15 years. And for machinery and equipment, we can finance it up to 10 years. We can finance working capital only for 3 years. Loan size, Pennsylvania Minority Business Development Authority can loan you up to 90% of your eligible project costs, up to a maximum of $250,000, whichever is less. Also, our minimum loan amount is $25,000, which means anything less than $25,000 we cannot process in-house. You have to, before you actually come to us, you have to be able to provide a 10% of your eligible project cost. It has to be in place in order for you to apply under PMBDA. Our interest loan is very low, which is why you have a great advantage over banks. Our interest rate at this point is 2%, fixed at the time of loan approval. It cannot be lower than 2%, but it can be depending on the market. So we're setting it at 2% moving forward. For every $50,000 you borrowed under the program, you are required to create one job. If you are an existing business and you want to retain your the jobs that you have, you can borrow up to $35,000 for every one job that you are going to retain. To apply under this program, you have to go to to DCED at www.dced.pa.gov. If you're looking for our loan program, you have to just add a / PMBDA in order for you to download our program guidelines. And I also would encourage anyone that wants to apply to already make sure that you do your homework, meaning that you have to have your business plans drawn. Make sure that this is what the amount that you're looking for, because I have a lot of people coming to me and asking me, when you ask how much are you looking for, they will tell you, whatever you can loan me. That means that you're not ready. In order for you to actually be ready, you have to already know how much you're looking for, what you want to use that funding for, and how you're going to utilize it. We have excellent customer service at DCED. A lot of the people are complaining about navigating through the electronic single application online, which is the only thing that we use to apply for this program. We have excellent customer service that will run you through the application process. They can take you from A to Z, meaning that they can stay online with you and help you apply for this program without any sweat. And as soon as you get done and submit, it comes to me. But please try to do your homework before you actually apply online. Because when I get the information and there's nothing in it, it's not actually application. It's a full application once we have all the information that we need to review your application. I'm going to give back to, to one of them.
Well,
okay, go ahead.
Is there an application fee for you to apply?
No.
What is the time frame to complete an application to?
That's an excellent question. There's no fee attached to the application. The only time we charge fees when you get approved, and you pay what we call application, processing fee, that like what the bank calls origination fee. Yeah, that's the only time we charge that, and it's only 0.5% of what you're borrowing. Yes. In terms of the time frame, we accept application at all times, and the PMBDA Board of Directors is supposed to meet every third Thursday of the month. So if we have a good completed application, I would say between 30 to 45 days, because we have to do our due diligence before we actually take that project to the board. So I would say 45 days to do all the searches, and then, yeah, we meet every third Thursday of the month.
Kathy, can you tell us, I do realize, I know we had some statutory changes in the program
Yes.
this year, particularly about the interest rate.
Yes, for a very long time, this program has been bogged down with, I would say, bureaucracy, or whatever it is that they put in place 15 to 20 years ago. The program was designed in such a way that interest rate will be 4%, and it cannot be lower than 4%. So, which means when the going was very good, banks were able to reduce their interest rate to 3%, we were not able to do the same. And that really, pushed down our activities under the program. So last year, they came up with we went through a legislative changes. The interest rate has been changed now to a 2% fixed. It can be, if the going gets really good again, it can go up, but it will never be lower than 2%. But we are happy to leave it at 2% as long as we have qualified candidates to utilize the program. Also, we really have a lot of money under the program. We do between 4 to 5 projects a year. We would like to do 15 to 20 a year because we have the resources to do that many loans at this time. Also, too, another thing that really affected the program was the amount of money you can borrow and the number of jobs that you can create. It used to be one job per $15,000 you borrow, which means if you are looking for $30,000, you have to commit to create 2 jobs. I don't see that happening for any mamas and papas shop. If you are going to open let's just say a barber shop, or even a hairdresser, if a hairdresser wants to open a business, you want to actually work on that business at least by yourself for a year before you're able to hire somebody to help to assist you. But the way it was, there was no opportunity to do that. So now you can borrow up to 50,000, which I know that most of the small businesses are looking between 25,000 to that 50,000. You can count yourself as one job. The one job that you have to create, you can only count yourself. And you are able to, to borrow the amount of money that you need and start your business. Sure.
How long do you have? How long do you stretch the loan out? Say you borrow $50,000. Do you have 3 years to pay it off, or do you have longer, or what is the process?
It really depends on what you're using the loan for. If you're using it for land and building or for new construction,
Like the farm.
well, there are all startup costs of for 3 years. That's what we consider as working capital.
One of the things I was just going to mention, I used to be on the board of PMBDA a long time ago. And the thing that just astounds me about York, Pennsylvania, not just York, Lancaster, Central Pennsylvania area, man, we would get applications in up the kazoo from Pittsburgh and from Philadelphia, but would never get anything from Central Pennsylvania. I don't know if it's because we're just not willing to take the risk, we're not willing to be bold or whatever it is, we're not even asking for the money. We're not even, I work for DCED, and we gave a whole lot of grant money away. And for 2 years, I was responsible from Somerset County to Lebanon County. And in 2 years, I couldn't find one organization that serviced people of color to even make application for the money outside of Christmas Addicts and the Spanish American Civic Association in Lancaster. 2 in that vast region. I had 22,000 square miles. 2. Just like a PMBDA, these programs are here and they're designed specifically for minority operations. We're not even we're not even asking for it. We're going to have to take a new approach to get some of those dollars to make it work for us in these communities in York, Lancaster, and Harrisburg. I used to
add a lot to what you just said. The same issue that he's having is what I'm having at this time, really. We do loans in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. There is nothing coming from this area at all. 2%. I mean, you can walk into our office and I can sit down with you. I can sit down with you and walk you through the application process. Our customer service is there to help you online, but we're not getting anything from these areas, just like you said.
I have applied in this area. I have applied in this area and I've been turned down.
Well, wait a minute, I'm talking about PMBDA.
No, I'm just talking about, you said people aren't coming from York County
To PMBDA.
to PMPDA.
Yes.
To our program, yes. Specifically
Yes.
to our program.
About her program.
Well-
I was living in York County and I went to SCORE. I have worked with SCORE. I've worked with Community First Fund. I was never told about that.
Well, you're being
program.
told today, and we're going to take
And I
some
got-
action on it
exactly.
today. And you know what? It goes back to that piece I mentioned earlier today. Sometimes when we feel that we can't win, we stop trying. And that's one of the reasons why we're not asking for those dollars in Central Pennsylvania. We stop trying. I used to also work for SBA. I don't know if I mentioned this to you, but I used to be the regional administrator down in Washington. I'm down in Philadelphia. And these guys, can you explain a little bit about 504 and what 504 does, as well as 7A and the terms associated with that? A lot of people think that SBA is giving away money, but they're actually not. They're guaranteeing these loans. So if you can explain that, I appreciate it.
So we, as I said before, we partner with various lending organizations, and we have 3 main loan programs that we offer, the largest of which is the 7A Loan Guarantee Program. That's the program where I mentioned that we did $526 million here in Eastern Pennsylvania. So that is it's kind of a catch-all program, as I like to call it. So the lenders that we work with can utilize it to provide loans to businesses for just about any legitimate business purpose that the business has, whether it be working capital, whether it be machinery and equipment and inventory, all the way to acquiring real estate for their business, as well as refinancing existing business debt. So it's a very flexible program, and the flexibility, I think, is what makes that program so powerful, and why we're really able to provide so many loans with it for the dollars that you see. In terms of so there was a question about maturities, for example. So that really depends on the purpose that the money is going to be used for. So, for real estate acquisition, we have maturities that go out as far as 25 years with the 7A program. For working capital, we can go out as far as 7 years. For machinery and equipment, just kind of depends upon the useful life. And what's interesting too is that the program is flexible enough where, depending upon what the mix of funds is going to be used for, whatever the largest can basically be set as the maturity. So, in many cases, if real estate's going to be involved in a transaction, the lender doesn't have to necessarily use a blended rate where they kind of take the averages of what's going to be bought, but they could look at, okay, the biggest asset class is real estate and set that loan out to be 25 years, which for you as a business owner can be incredibly advantageous because it lowers your payment substantially. So, it just kind of depends. And like I said, flexibility is the key. In terms of interest rates, we don't tell the lender what to charge in terms of interest rates. What we do is we put caps on how much they can charge. And the maximum amount is, prime plus 2 3/4 is the maximum that a lender can charge. Does that mean that you're going to pay that? Well, not necessarily. We're in a very competitive interest rate environment. And, if you have a good business and you have some collateral and you got good credit and so forth, that might be, you could get a very competitive interest rate there. We do pay for our program with fees, which of course you're quite well aware of, is, we try to keep our programs neutral so that they don't cost the taxpayer any money. So, we charge what we call guarantee fees that are associated with the loan, and the fee kind of ranges anywhere from 2% to 3 3/4% of whatever the SBA is guaranteeing. What do we guarantee to the bank? We guarantee anywhere from 50% to as much as 85% of the principal loan balance, okay? And what that means to the bank is that if you default on the loan, we're gonna give them that percentage of the money back. So that obviously puts them in a much stronger position. And like I mentioned earlier, lessens risk, okay? But with those fees, that's how we pay for the program. So, you as a borrower, borrow X amount of dollars today, and there's a guarantee fee that goes along with it, and that goes into the pot, and that program is then there tomorrow for the next borrower to borrow for their business. So I think that makes it, a very good program, and try to, save as much money as we possibly can. Outside of the 7A, we have the 504 that you asked about. So the 504 program is something that's much more narrowly focused. It's designed to basically acquire real estate and large capital equipment. So a little bit different than the 7A. Both of them have the same cap in terms of how much you can borrow, which is $5 million with those programs. What the 504 does is it works with a variety of different lenders. So there'll be a third-party lender that does one part of the loan, roughly 50% of whatever the project is going to be. There's an organization that we'll work with called a Certified Development Company, or CDC. We have like 12 of them here in Pennsylvania that we work with. And they can basically provide loans anywhere in the state that'll do up to 40% of the loan with 100% guarantee from the SBA. And then whatever is left is going to be your equity injection. So for many instances, your equity injection with the 504 program is as low as 10%. So you're basically financing 90%, which is very difficult to get on the conventional side. Because if any of you guys have ever tried to purchase real estate with a conventional, bank loan or something like that, you got to put down like 20 or 25%. So that can be very, very, very beneficial. And the SBA's portion that we guarantee is a low fixed interest rate for 20 years. So again, you're hearing, long maturities, low fees, low equity investments, stuff like that, all designed to preserve cash on the part of the business owner so that you can put more money into your business operations so that you can be successful. And that's our goal. And of course, the last program that we offer is the microloan program. And the microloan program is designed to provide funds of up to $50,000 like you were talking about, because there's many business owners that don't need a whole lot of money for their business. Maybe they're a home-based business, maybe they're a service-based business. They don't need a lot. And sometimes getting a small dollar amount loan from a bank or some other lenders is incredibly challenging because the expense of it is very high for them for very little return. So that can be very challenging as a business owner. We work with many different microloan intermediaries. Community First Fund is one of our partners. Community First Fund actually also participates in 7A. They use just about every one of our programs, which is fantastic. And that program, I think, is very, very helpful as well for folks that just aren't bankable. They're not necessarily ready to go into a bank. Maybe there's some credit challenges and so forth, and that can be very beneficial for them as well. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. It does. Let me open it up to the audience here. Any questions?
Here.
Is there any money specifically allocated? I'm trying to get a patent for something, and as you know, patents can be 10,000, 100,000, and it's just in the works of having. I have one side business, but this is something else. I don't even know if there's money available for something like that.
We don't have anything specific to that. A Community First Fund, it could be a working capital loan.
Okay.
The big thing with us is that we'd look to say, what do you have to pledge for collateral?
Okay.
And we can talk about it after today, which I think we swapped cards already.
Okay.
That's a good question. Do either of you have anything for patents?
So we don't have any financial assistance for patents per se, but I can tell you that the Small Business Development Center network, they do offer assistance in terms of new product development and things like that, which can include patents. And the other thing that we have done as SBA, we have provided a grant to the state. Again, we don't provide grants to for-profit entities, but we provide grants to some nonprofits like our partners, as well as special initiative grants and things like that to the state to be able to provide assistance in terms of new technology development and so forth. So not necessarily monetary assistance, but really focus more on the technical and management assistance side.
PMBDA does not really engage in that. Patent is what we consider to be a pre-revenue. Pre-revenue means that you are not ready to start making money yet. So we don't actually engage in that.
Any other questions? Come on, these are the money folks. We got one over here.
Do they come directly from PMBDA, or you work with banks to release the funds to businesses?
No,
Thank you.
we're not a loan guarantee. This is a state allocated fund. So it's a state loan program.
Second question. The average turnaround once the application is already in?
Once we have a complete application, as I mentioned before, we meet every third Thursday of the month. So if we receive a complete application, it's guaranteed to go to the next board meeting, which I would say between 30 to 45 days in order for us to do all the searches and complete all our due diligence before we take anything to the board.
Any other questions?
My question is to Onyeka, is that?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I see here you're saying land and building costs. All right. For example, let's say I want to buy a house, a residential house, and I'm going to be using that house as an office for my business. And I need $300,000 from you. Shall I get that money?
Because you already said it's a residential house, you're already not eligible.
But I'm going to be using it for office.
Well, that's not a resident. If you're going to be using a building or even a house that you're buying for your business, don't call it a residential building because I don't think any bank will finance a residential building.
Okay, it's going to be it's going to be my office.
So yeah, you can purchase as long as it's zoned business. Yes. As long as it's zoned as a business,
right.
you can use our fund to purchase it and then occupy. And like I mentioned, We only do owner occupied. You cannot renovate and rent.
Okay.
So you can only do your business under the building that we finance.
All right, I know you said you don't have application from Central Pennsylvania. Tomorrow you have one.
Please, I can't wait.
Any other questions? You have a question here?
Yes, I have one about, Phil, I'm sorry, I didn't keep asking.
Sure, Bollinger.
You deal with the, you said nonprofits?
Yes, we do.
How long does your nonprofit have to be established before you can apply for funding?
Actually, we will work with startup nonprofits.
Okay.
Not that we're actively seeking startup nonprofits, but we do lend to both profit and for-profit businesses. I can certainly get you my card. A large portion of what I do is called technical assistance, working with startups, people that are interested and have ideas but don't know the next step. And I work and collaborate with actually the next group, the next panel, number of the people I'll refer you to and partner to do business planning and whatnot. But we do lend to nonprofits, yes.
Any other questions? Okay, folks, we got the money people here. Okay. What we're going to do, Jill, actually, she had brought a small presentation. I'm going to let her present.
Yeah, I would love to show a video. This time of day, you're all falling asleep probably, and this is exciting, and it talks to our mission, and I wasn't sure the format here today, so I was told, hey, you have 10 minutes to speak, so I thought, oh, this is 5 minutes. But I would love to share this. It's our 25th anniversary. We put this together for our celebration. It's 25 years, 25 stories. I'll let it speak for itself. Thank you so much, Carrie.
Community First Fund is a vital partner to us and to this community. All of our programs, all of our initiatives in the inner city are high risk. Community First comes in and takes the risk with us, and it has had a great social impact in our community.
Excelsior to me is an opportunity to serve the community as an events venue. The place is alive and full of energy.
Commercial lending at the time made it almost impossible to get done with a commercial loan. And Community First stepped in and filled that void. King Street has just transformed right in front of everybody's eyes.
You know your neighbors. They're part of the community. You have coffee with them in the morning, and that you're looking out for one another.
Right, Community First.
That's what it is.
I ran across issues and challenges just like a lot of new business owners. Community First Fund is just a great partner to be able to make your dream come true. People of color usually don't have the same access, and Community First Fund can help leverage the playing field.
WCI is a real estate development company focused on urban redevelopment. In the building that we're in specifically, we call Union Lofts. The first floor is a commercial space for a company called Startup, which is Harrisburg's first and only co-working space. The role that Community First Fund played in completing this project was instrumental in giving us the New Market Tax Credit financing to make the numbers work.
Community First Fund has helped so many different small businesses throughout Lancaster County, and I had an idea, and I shared it with Dan. I said, Dan, I'd like to open a barber school. And I said, give me a chance, and the rest is history. It's rewarding to me as a business owner to give back and to share my gifts and talents with the next generation.
Community First Fund kind of saw something in us and believed in something in us. Now, to see it flourish, and now that we're bringing out a second location and moving our first location to a much bigger space, to see that dream being fulfilled with the help of Community First Fund, it's an awesome thing.
The motivation really to open Leg Up Farmers Market was to provide healthy food options in our community while supporting both Leg Up Farm and Able Services. We currently serve about 700 children and adults with special health care needs. We needed to fill a gap in our funding program in order to move our project forward. And we wouldn't have really been able to do it without the Community First Fund.
The unique thing about our school is that it really is designed for students who are passionate about the arts and learn better because of the arts. our test scores placed our school as the #1 high school in the Lehigh Valley. Community First Fund was one of our CDEs in the new market tax credit process. And those funds are really the funds that make this school financially sustainable for the long haul.
Custom Diesel Service LLC is a truck repair and road service business. We wanted to be able to support ourselves and not be dependent on anybody else. And also keeping employees' jobs was very important, and adding new jobs. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Community First Fund.
I give a lot of the credit for where we're at to Community First Fund, and we were just amazed at the level of interest that they had in our success, not only just to help us with the financial end of things, but also helping us with learning more about how to run and operate and grow our business.
I saw a need for children to have a loving, safe environment. Community First Fund has been most valuable to this center. They didn't help us just day one with getting a mortgage. The center grew faster than expected, and we needed more vehicles. Back to Community First Fund.
Community First Fund has had a major impact here in our city of Reading. A lot of times I think people get caught up in, oh, we need to bring big businesses into the city to create jobs. No, we need to invest in the small businesses that are already here, right? Invest in them, and then they can create jobs. They believed in me when banks wouldn't. They gave me an opportunity and a chance to make my dream come true, and I will forever be grateful.
This is our last panel. We're going to be talking about starting your own business. Hello, folks. Hello. We're talking about starting your own business. And we have here the United States Small Business Administration, York College, Entrepreneurial Center, and also Shippensburg Small Business Development Center. And we're going to start off by, once again, having each individual introduce themselves, talk about their agencies, and a brief conversation about what it is that you do. We'll start with you again,
Sure.
Michael.
And Mike Kane, Deputy Director for SBA. I kind of already did a full intro, I think, last session, but federal agency, dedicated to helping you start, grow, and expand your business. So I think I'll leave it at that, and I'll turn it over to Cheryl Young.
My name's Cheryl Young. I am a business consultant at the Shippensburg Small Business Development Center. Mike actually mentioned in the previous session that they do fund our centers. We are funded through the SBA and through DCED. We're one of 18 centers throughout Pennsylvania in the Pennsylvania State Network. There are SBDCs in every state in the nation, so no matter where you are, if you seek out an SBDC, we're there to help you. We do provide no-cost confidential consulting. That consulting can range in a variety of subjects and topics, no matter what you're interested in. A lot of what we do are help with startups. We do help with business planning. We help with doing some financial projections for your business to make sure it's a viable business. We help existing businesses with marketing plans, with growing their business. Our tagline is to help businesses start, grow, and prosper is what our tagline is. Existing businesses too, we have some assistance, some additional assistance with some specialists in the area of international marketing. And also, I think it was mentioned before, we do use Bucknell SBDC for product development services. And we also have government procurement assistance too. Another program that we actually have housed at the Shippensburg SBDC is our EMAT program. That's an environmental management program. Our representative works very closely with DEP. If you have any issues with environmental issues, a lot of it has to do with manufacturing or small businesses such as, possibly a gas station, something like that. There could be a lot of different issues involved with the environmental aspect. If you're interested in purchasing a building, a few people had some questions about that the last time. Sometimes we have our representative check with the DEP, make sure there's been no environmental issues that the DEP has on file. So before you even get started, you can check on that also. So again, it's no cost, confidential consulting. We are out of Shippensburg, but I do come over here on a regular basis, so we do not make you come to Shippensburg. We do meet at various locations throughout York, so if you need assistance, I'm happy to come over here and meet with you also.
Good afternoon. I'm Jay Azriel from York College of Pennsylvania. I'm an associate professor of entrepreneurship and strategic management, and we work very closely with the other departments at York College. For example, the J.D. Brown Center is a great resource to the York County community, where we have lots of facility there, from wet labs to small space. Our students run a consulting practice of sorts once a year. We have a student organization on campus that partners with faculty to help people who are interested in starting businesses. We call that York Business Academy. It's a ongoing relationship with the city of York, and we don't just work with businesses that want to locate in the city limits. They've been very flexible on that. We have one of the most comprehensive majors in this region right here, and that's our program's growing, and we want to make York County a prosperous place to do business. Thank you.
If there's anybody in the house who would like to, who's even thinking about starting a business, now's the time to ask the questions. You have some folks here. I know we have the Reverend here. They're from Shiloh Baptist Church, for instance. I talked to him earlier today. And it's one of the things I wanted to bring up, because I know in the faith-based community, what we've been trying to target is going into the churches and sitting down talking about how to start that business, how to capitalize the business, how to get it started. And I don't know if you guys, particularly those who are from this area, would be interested in coming back and sitting down and doing that more personalized a workshop with the faith-based community. But that's something I hope we can reach back out to you guys and ask you to do sometime in the future. But for sure.
We have both a not-for-profit minor at York College, and so sometimes students are looking to do special projects, and we have a brand new major in social enterprise and not-for-profit management, which is doing well by doing good for the community. So we'd very much like to partner with faith-based organizations.
There it is. There it is. There it is right there. Well, everybody knows, we talked about this earlier today. Just think about this right now. Right now, we're about 5.7% participation with minority contractors in state government. In order for us to achieve the governor's 30% goal, guess what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to grow our database. We're going to have to get folk in our database. We're going to get folks who's willing to take the risk for entrepreneurship. We're going to get the folks who's willing to give back to the community and create jobs. And that's what we should be doing every day, quite frankly, if we're going to ever talk about economic empowerment, and particularly in urban communities or rural neighborhoods. It has to happen. Someone's going to do it. The question is, why not now? Why not us in this community? So it can spread to Harrisburg and then Lancaster and Reading and Carlisle. And everybody, it's no secret. We know we have Philadelphia on one wing, Pittsburgh on the other wing, and Mississippi in the middle. Come on. We have a lot of work to do here. Any questions regarding starting a business or coming out to your organization or doing whatever? I'll start with you, sir, and then we're going to go back to the young man in the back.
Gary, did you forget my name, please? Did you forget my name? Thank you. All right. Thank you. You. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate this. By the way, for what Mr. Kirkland also mentioned about the faith base, and you mentioned Pastor Waldauer, we also have Pastor Bill Kearney on the BMA, and it's a conglomerate of pastors. That are the number of pastors are here. I'm one of them on the executive committee as a chair, education chair, and we definitely need to connect as soon as we get a chance, because that's what we're really trying to do. So that is really great. My question is, I'm here for some young people who couldn't make it because they're working, so I told them I will come. that are looking at starting a businesses that I'm supporting. And so my question to any one of you, I don't know who can answer it, but if I'm a young person, say my early 20s, and have a strong talent, and I want to start a business, how can you help me to understand what's the first thing I do to be educated on what I should do?
Well, I think the first thing to do is the big part of starting a business is planning. And that's where there are some workshops just that are called, I think SCORE puts one on, and we put one on also called the First Step Workshop that they can attend, but they can also take advantage of the one-on-one consulting that we offer, like I say, that does offer business planning. What we do that is so important is really make them think about the business aspect. They have a hobby, they love what they're doing, but once you start a business, it's not necessarily a hobby anymore, not as much fun anymore. So we make them realize that, what it's going to take to actually run this business. So the business plan, we have templates that help with writing that business plan, and it really makes them think about the business. It makes them think about who their market is, who their competition is, makes them think about the industry itself, who's going to operate the business, and then a big part of it is the financial aspect. So we have templates that help with doing some financial projections to see what that bottom line actually looks like. We've even said in the past sometimes one thing that, not that the SBA really likes us to say, but that we actually talk people or shouldn't educate them that they decide not to go into business right away. But that's not a bad thing, because when I say not right away is they might not be ready yet. So we make them look at all aspects and say, maybe get a little more education, maybe get a little more experience in the industry, maybe get some management experience, something like that, so that when you go into business, you're more, you have more of a chance of succeeding instead of just jumping into it. So education and planning is the biggest part of it. And like I said, that's where we come into play. It doesn't cost them anything to see us and to be able to really just sit down and work through things with them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So at York College, we have York Business Academy, and it is a 8-week workshop series that students meet on Saturdays, so it oftentimes does not conflict with the 9-to-5 workday. And we walk them through the process of looking at the business model. We're coming up with some new curriculum. We've been doing this for at least 12 years. I've been here, I'm on my 11th year, and I came to York College. One of the reasons was because of York Business Academy. And it's our partnership with the City of York, and they normally help us get the butts in the seats. And if your church would like to provide us with some willing pupils, we'd love to have them. And we also have strong ties to the local area SCORE, and they'll come out a couple times. And we also, when appropriate, work with the SBDC.
Fantastic. Would the ministers in the house take advantage of that? We have another question here.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I'm actually asking in a way where I almost kind of follow to Pastor Rossum in a way where you have these young people, let's say myself, when they come to community organizing, faithful to the community, faithful to a particular job that gave me an opportunity, but I was the youngest without a degree, so I was laid off. So I found myself reinventing myself in a way where I literally had to become a consultant to take care of my wife and my 2 kids, right? So with that being said, are there any programs or even particular policies when it comes to the entrepreneur mindset in a way where, going back to what you said earlier, from 1983 to 2013, we saw the 75% drop. Systems are created for outcomes. So when you talk about concentration of poverty, when you talk about disproportionately in different ways, are there any particular incentives when these other young people, let's take for instance, thank you God, let's take about the My Brother's Keeper. As much as the My Brother's Keeper is doing some great work within the city of York, these young people and some of the brothers that I work with have jobs. So is there any way to kind of pay the balance of, okay, this is what you can do as an entrepreneur, but this is what you need as a steady income? So just to throw that out there. It's been on my heart all day. I've been listening, and I just connected with Miss Audrey to find out, but is there any avenue, because to whom much is given, much is required, and God has blessed me with a job that I love, and I'm not going anywhere, but the people that I work with and serve with, they need jobs. And they have the passion to serve the community, but the money is not there and it's not self-sustaining.
So being an entrepreneur is more than just starting businesses. It's a mindset, it's a philosophy of life. And I would encourage people to be entrepreneurial within their jobs and try to grow within their jobs and help their companies. And hopefully the companies or their businesses that they're working for are going to respect and acknowledge that and help them. There's a lot of people that then do something on the side as well. And they can have a small business, we call them lifestyle businesses, that they can run in the evenings and on the weekends while they're earning money. One of my former students worked for I won't mention the name of the company here, but a fairly big company here, and he realized that he had gone as far as he was going to go, and so he decided that he was going to get into a business on his own, and he worked his way for 3 or 4 years, and finally it was big enough, and he was able to resign in good terms and also take his own business off. And so that was a nice transition. So if I'm not answering your question fully, okay, sounds good. But there are things that young people can do and while they're working.
Any other questions? We have one down here.
Well, the definition really has to do with anybody who's growing a business slowly to meet their needs of their lifestyle. So it's a business that's not growing very fast with the intention of either flipping it over quickly or exiting through an initial public offering or something like that. So an example would be somebody starts a barber shop or a beauty salon. That's probably a lifestyle business. Doctors and lawyers that are probably lifestyle businesses. So those are businesses in your profession, and you'd rather do it for yourself and take a little bit of risk, a calculated risk. Entrepreneurs are not big risk takers. They're calculated risk takers. Instead of making their companies, their bosses rich. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay.
Any other
That's a very good question, by the way. Okay.
We have a question here. Come right back here to the pastor.
I actually would like to make a statement. I was up here as a volunteer on that panel, but professionally I am an insurance agent, and I work for a firm that will actually work with startups. A lot of companies do not want to work with you for insurance unless you have been up and running for 3+ years and have all this experience. I am proud to work for a woman-owned business, and I can help you as a startup. So see me if you need something.
Another question here.
Thank you. I just want to commend York and this staff today for this forum. It's been very informative and very inspirational. And I want to thank you for your information. And of course, our president for the BMA is here, Pastor Kearney. And if you raise your hand, he represents a wide variety of faith-based initiatives. One of the questions I was talking with Mr. Buffalo and Mr. Kirkman about is how can the faith-based community, because we're not necessarily small businesses because we're not for profit, and everything that's basically been talked about today is for profit. That's not our forte. We do a lot, but not for profit. So how can we partner and how can we serve in making what you're trying to do more accessible and more attainable to the larger community?
One thing I can say to address one point is that for the most part our programs are dedicated towards for-profit entities. However, our microloan program can fund nonprofit daycares. Also, for faith-based organizations, right? So faith-based nonprofit organization that has for-profit businesses that it owns, so subsidiaries, those for-profit businesses would also be eligible for our programs. But in terms of the work that we do, my district, as I talked about earlier, covers the 40 eastern counties of Pennsylvania. So we have done quite a lot in terms of outreach, working in conjunction with faith-based organizations. And really, what I would say in terms of providing information, education on entrepreneurship, on business assistance programs, is really maybe just working with us to, provide a forum, after, a service or something like that, and we will work on the weekends. I have staff members and I myself will come out on a Saturday or a Sunday, to a faith-based organization, after services are done. Obviously, separation of church and state, we have to make sure that we abide by that. But we can come in and we can certainly, provide education about our programs and talk about how folks, that are in attendance can access those programs and answer their questions and provide counseling services and things like that about, business and about entrepreneurship and so on and so forth. So, what I would say is, reach out to me. A lot of folks ran by and picked up my card. Feel free to reach out to me and we can work something out.
Any other questions?
Excuse me, can I just add to that? So I look at faith-based businesses as social enterprises, and the ministers at these at churches have a very powerful position because they have an audience every Sunday, right? And it must be frustrating to see so many people in your audience that may be unemployed or underemployed or frustrated economically. And I think that York College can really play a role in that. So we've talked to the city before and a number of years ago, and we could do this again to get some people into the churches and to provide some basic training. And we can also work with the lay people and as well as the pastoral to help them become a little more entrepreneurial. Because you are, in effect, running a business. It's a social enterprise. It's a not-for-profit. I have experience consulting for not-for-profits. And you may not get paid by, you may not earn profits, but you still have to have income coming in or your doors are going to close. The very basis of business folks, let me give you something that our students pay probably close to $100,000 for, and I'm going to give it to you free here. Business is about one thing, one basic thing, and that's creating value for your customers at a price point that creates value or profit for you. It's not about marketing and accounting and finance and operations and supply chain. Those are all very important, and I tell this to my students. But the key to being successful is creating value in a different way. And if you think about it for the church, why do people come to your church and not to the church across the street or down the road? It's some kind of value proposition. And we can help you create that for your organization or for some of your people that are interested in that. So what's interesting is that every year at York Business Academy, we'll have a certain number of people who have been working for a long time. They might be working for an organization that's doing social work, and they'll be at York Business Academy because I want to start my own not-for-profit. And they're sitting right next to the people that want to start profit businesses. And by the way, I'm very proud that I can name 5 businesses that are open in downtown York right now that went through our academy. And so it does work, and people do get a lot out of it. And so check us out, and we're going to start classes, I believe, in the first Saturday of February, I think. That's when it's going to be, and we'd love to partner with you. So the SBA has incredible resources I send my students to all the time. Their website on business planning and employment and forms of business, all really great information. And then for more one-on-one and hands-on stuff, you can come to us. And also the SBA has programs. SCORE has a program. There's a Community First Fund has programs. So there's a lot of opportunities here. And entrepreneurship, the definition has really been opened up in the last several years to this idea of social enterprise. And we're one of the first colleges in our group that we really compete with that has that nature.
We have another question here.
You can, the best way really here, so Nikki, you stand up, and she's wonderful. She's a York College graduate. She's one of ours.
I just want to remind everyone that the reason why this is so significant, it's no knock. I like development. I like to see development in every neck of the wood. You go downtown, when you go downtown, you're not going to see very many shops where people of color own in downtown New York. You're not going to see that in downtown Harrisburg. And guess what, folks? You're not going to see that in downtown New York. What that really means is that we're not participating in the economy. We're not participating. So there's no surprise that we have, a 30% poverty rate in New York, and in Harrisburg, and in Lancaster, because those jobs are going to help to create other jobs for individuals working in those communities. And until we take this as a priority, Perrin Mitchell used to always say, that when you find a community that's full of businesses, you're going to find a community where schools work. You're going to find a community where you see a whole lot of positive role models. You're going to see a community where crime is down because you got people working. You got role models who kids could identify with. You're not identifying with the drug dealers that's riding around with the spinning hubcaps. It's something, and the other piece of that is when they see those businesses, they think that we can do it. If we can't see it, sometimes we don't believe it. It's imperative that we generate some economics, and not just in our neighborhoods, but in downtown areas of the Commonwealth as well. It's extremely, extremely important. And I don't know any other group that can start this type of a movement other than the faith-based community here in New York and in Harrisburg and in Lancaster. So it's extremely significant. Any other questions? Come on, folks. This is our last panel of the day. Going once, going twice. Thank you guys so much for being here. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Thank you.